At Edgbaston for South Africa against West Indies in a must-win match for both these sides. South Africa really are at the wrong end of the table. 6 nations competing in the World Championship of Legends, and Jacques Kallis knows that they have to have a resounding win today to have any chance. It's the top 4 teams who will go through to a semi-final format. But they're a long way behind, but they have such talent in their ranks. We saw the quality of cricket last night when Pakistan amassed 243 for 4. 243 for 4, and that just shows you the quality of a side like Pakistan, who must be one of the hot favourites for this tournament.
Yeah, Pakistan have been brilliant. They haven't put a foot wrong all tournament. I saw a comment in the press last night from Yunus Khan, and it was about fitness and commitment. Yunus Khan was injured yesterday, Alan. He was advised not to play because of injury. He said, absolutely no way am I missing this game. The dedication from Yunus Khan to take the field for his beloved Pakistan against India and get the job done. I think he even showcased his scars in the post-match presentation last night. He lifted his shirt to show strapping, tape, bruising. So that's this kind of standard and commitment we're looking for. West Indies today need to front up. South Africa need to step up. Samuel Badri's had a difficult couple of games. South Africa have had very few players in form. Richard Levy strolling out with Neil McKenzie. Richard Levy's dragged 2 balls on, Alan Wilkins. Richard Levy's dragged on twice in his 2 innings against seam bowlers. Neil McKenzie found a little bit of rhythm the last game, and he is a touch player who should enjoy this surface, which was very good yesterday.
Well, South Africa have got to up their game in 2 matches that they've played. They only scored 137 against England and 126 for 9 against Australia. These pitches have been very kind to batters. 243 for 4 last night, Pakistan against India. Neil McKenzie, strike rate towards the 120. And Richard Levy, best that century, that 117 not out, 300s in his T20 career. Strike rate is a phenomenal 144.
Well, he's got 1 and 0 so far. Ready to go.
Samuel Badri, the leg spinner, for a long time was the world #1 in the ICC rankings with his leg spin. Wonderful competitor.
Protection long on for Richard Levy and forward square leg. I think that man in the deep from square leg can be straighter. Levy likes going cow corner.
Oh, bowling baja! Lovely sign.
Often Samuel Badri has taken the new ball, the brand new ball. Oh, they'll have to hurry. A direct hit. That's very close. West Indies think they've got their man, and it's Neil McKenzie. The forlorn shape of Neil McKenzie flat on the deck.
Well, he sent it upstairs to Neil Bainton. I don't think he has to, because I reckon McKenzie's gone by a couple of yards. Yeah, it's a dreadful call from Richard Levy. Players not really loosened up. It was hit straight to the man, Dwayne Smith, and he has affected a very efficient bit of fielding. Oh, South Africa. That is a big, big loss. Neil McKenzie, one of their few players who had a bit of touch. Gone for a duck, 0 for 1.
The best catches there. The batter coming in. After he did the stop? Yeah, because they're not big.
Well, such an unnecessary piece of cricket that, but that's got to be consigned to history now. Jacques Kallis with one of the most phenomenal records in all forms of cricket. There's a school of thought, depending on when you were born, that Sir Garfield Sobers was the greatest all-rounder who's ever played this game, and there's another school of thought for a younger brigade who say that this man is the greatest all-rounder. I'll leave that with you at home to ponder.
Oh, bowling back.
But Jacques Kallis needs to play a captain's innings here.
Well, Richard Levy calls straight away. There's never a run. Remember, first over the game, legs still getting warmed up, getting loose. Dwayne Smith does really well, directed. Even without a direct hit, Wilco, I'm sure he would have been going, oh, Torman uses every inch of his body and every inch of his big boot.
I'll tell you something, I'm not sure what size they are, but they're worth like 2 shoes in length. They really are. Look, how about this? Boom. That's a size 15 there.
It's clever, though. It's easier to just stick your size 15 out than reach down.
Oh, it's just drifted down that leg side. Riyad Emirates in the side for Fidel Edwards. It's 2 for 1.
Okay.
Ashley.
Left arm round, guys. Left arm round.
Well, Neil Mackenzie opened for South Africa, and he's gone without facing a ball. This is a great shame for the South Africans. Well, this was it. Richard Levy just tapped it and went. He went. And I think he knew halfway down because he was looking at the fielder over his shoulder.
Well, before Neil Mackenzie even attempted that run, before a ball was bowled, he was doing rigorous stretching of the hamstrings at the non-striker's end. If you remember the last game when he was out deep mid-wicket, he slipped and did a little bit of damage to his leg. So Richard Levy should have known that. In saying that, Alan, Neil Mackenzie was well within his rights to send Richard Levy back there.
Sorry, guys. That'll work.
Now that would have caused a commotion, and it might have caused some pitch damage, because Richard Levy is like stopping the QE2 in mid-ocean. Oh, he's given that a lot of air, and so too has Richard Levy.
Don't loop it up, Benny.
Sullivan then flighted, takes pace out. There's too much width on offer, really. That was which made it quite an easy stroke. It's a very, very good shot from Richard Levy.
Sorry, Sully. Sorry.
Suleiman Ben has no protection
Okay. Now they're all moving out the door.
on the offside, on the fence. So Richard Levy is saying
This is the worst ground for it.
there's a lot of people moving behind the bowler's arm here.
There's going to be another one.
I feel sorry for Neil Mackenzie, for one thing. And the Mackenzie family is steeped in cricket. His father, Kevin Mackenzie, was a superb player. Batted at 6, never wore a helmet for what was the mean machine. That's gone straight up in the air. Straight up in the air, and Ashley Nurse, a one-handed take. The mean machine was the former Gauteng side called the Transvaal. And it was Cook and Fotheringham and Kalicharan and Pollock and Rice, Mackenzie. That's not a bad batting lineup, is it?
Ben, you leave
Yeah, steady top six that.
Steady. Oh dear. Jimmy Cook.
Did they have any bowlers though?
Oh, did they? Well, you could throw in there Spook Hanley, Vince van der Bijl, Hugh Page, Ray Jennings kept wicket. There's a Neil Radford. Oh, there's someone else I've forgotten. I mean, oh, that's worth a shout. That's worth a little shout. May as well air the tonsils.
Just outside the line. That's what Sam Hollingshead thinks.
Plus, the other bowler that they had was a fellow called Sylvester Clark.
Sounds like a good 11. Just outside. You can just see middle and leg. Very strong cricket back then, Wilco, in South Africa domestically.
Oh, it was phenomenally strong. And Alvin Kalitcharan batting at 3. He actually said it was the toughest cricket, outside Test cricket he'd ever played. That's going to trickle over for 4. 2 overs gone, 12 for 1.
Well, Jacques Callis sweeping behind square. You don't see him sweep that efficiently or that often behind square. He was more of a slog sweeper and a firm sweeper in front of square, but that got good value.
I know that good friend of who was a wicketkeeper could talk, Niall O'Brien. But when it comes to Olympic talking, as a wicketkeeper behind the stumps, Trevor Quirk was on the podium at every tournament. Let me tell you that.
I would love an evening with Quirky.
You wouldn't get a word in.
Great.
And that's quite a statement coming from Niall O'Brien. But what is it about wicketkeepers that feel that you've got to say something?
Well, it's bred into you to be the voice of the side, not just the eyes of the team. But you got to have that voice. You're a second captain, really. You're a captain in command.
Yeah, I'd go with that. I mean, there was a serious slant to that question because you're seeing everything. Long on is back on the fence. Yeah, and you are. The skipper, if he's at cover or mid-off or wherever, he can't control everything. But you are almost like an air traffic controller.
Yeah, and there was a stage in English cricket when there was James Foster and Chris Reid vying for the keeping spot. And Duncan Fletcher was the coach. He felt Chris Reid was a little bit quiet behind the stumps. A brilliant wicketkeeper, Chris Reid. Awesome keeper, very rarely let you down. But Duncan Fletcher just felt he was a little bit quiet. In an Ashes series, you need someone up and about. Similar things to be said about Joss Butler in the past in Test cricket, when he played Test cricket for England, that he was a bit quiet. And then when he went to South Africa recently, Joss Butler, in the Test series a couple of years ago, he tried to be a bit more vocal, and it just didn't suit him. It was totally out of character for Joss. So it's not something that comes naturally to everyone.
Bowled. Suleiman Ben. West Indies will be quite happy with this start. 3 gone, 16 for 1. That's the importance of this match today. Neither side has opened its account. West Indies had a truncated match against India the other night where they had to have scored well over 200 to win, but they did lose on the Duckworth Lewis Stern. Haven't finished with the wicketkeepers yet, Niall. There's someone I want to bring to the equation. Suleiman Ben.
Oh, fella got balanced it.
Chadwick Walton, he's had a good tournament.
This is better, Wilco. What's this one? That was absolutely electric, Yunus Khan. The first thumping was beautiful, very swift. That was better. Actually won him the meaty, sweet moment of the match.
Just on that, another little word on the keepers. Kumar Sangakkara. Now, Kumar didn't mind having the odd word to a new batsman coming in.
Yeah, I rarely stayed at the crease long enough against Matthias Mullaritharan and Malinga to get any chirps from Kumar, to be honest. But easy to chirp when you got 652 on the board and you got Mullaritharan turning it both ways.
Oh, that for a moment looked like it might have been a chance. Tino Best, who went down very gently and gingerly.
A couple of days ago, Suleiman Ben dropped the dolly off Tino Best. And here Tino just goes down in installments. The S&C coach. Tall man just thinking, is that payback for my dolly drop the other day off your good self, sir?
Those of you quite interested in this conversation, hope you are anyway. If you Google Kumar Sangakkara and Sean Pollock, there's a very nice clip where the stump mic was held up. It was switched up. Ooh, it's gone straight through him. And it was a lovely piece of verbal welcoming by Kumar to Sean Pollock. And he just said to Sean, well then, Polly, no pressure here then. Your country needs you. And you need a big score. No pressure, Polly. That's a big hit. Yeah, it's gone all the way for an ease my trip 6 over backward square. Yeah, the life of the keepers. We'll leave it there, shall we, for the moment? I'm sure Sanger, if he's listening, would have something to say, but this is a big hit.
Yeah, poor start here from Suleiman Ben. He's been down leg side and he's been short, and Richard Levy may have run out Neil Mackenzie, but he's put that to the back of his mind, and that's what you must do as a batter. When you make a mistake and a run out, you've got to just own it and then leave it, deal with it later, and Levy now has got to start.
Cute but psycho. I can think of a few cricketers who could wear that hat. Oh, there's a call for 2 here. Ashley Nurse. They're home comfortably. 4 gone, 29 for 1, South Africa.
Not bad, not bad, 45 off here. That's a strength off side here. Yeah.
Neil Mackenzie.
Looking fit, legend.
Well,
Youngsters are keeping me fit.
he's been in, and he didn't face a ball. He was run out. 3rd ball of the innings. Here's Samuel Budry. Jacques Kallis hasn't really timed it yet. They need an innings from the skipper. Jacques Kallis, the only cricketer in the history of the game to score more than 10,000 runs and take over 250 wickets in both ODIs and Test cricket. Just digest those numbers. More than 10,000 runs and over 250 in Tests and ODIs.
What is Sam?
Oh, I got away with one.
Well, you know the question that I put to you not so long ago, Niall O'Brien. Only 5 cricketers. Only 5 cricketers to have scored over 10 Test centuries, 150 Test wickets, and over 3,000 Test runs.
Well, I remember, because we're having breakfast in Dubai. Ravi Shastri was the one that people failed to get or struggled to get, so I'm going to go straight for it. Ravi Shastri.
You've got it in one. Shastri joins Callis, Sobers, Botham.
One, Kirky!
And Ben Stokes is the latest in that list. Oh, yes! I think that's gone. Richard Levy's on his way. He's not even turning round. He stops now because he knows it's going to be referred. It's another direct hit.
I think it was Kirk Edwards in the deep. Neil Bainton has been busy. I think Levy knows he's gone. No dive. That's a really good dive. I know it's World Championship of Legends. You've got to give a bit more than that. No extension of the arm, no dive. Brilliant from Kirk Edwards. West Indies, they don't need to take wickets. They're dealing in run-outs. Richard Levy, first of all, runs out Neil Mackenzie, then runs himself out. Go have a cold shower. Go for 20. 32 for 2.
Over? Eh? I'm telling you, man. You have to smile. To go.
So you can give that, don't you?
Alan, impact player.
Well, JP Duminy is in for South Africa. They've got to reset here. JP Duminy 99 not out. Strike rate of 122, heading for 123, 42 50s. And now Jacques Callis is down. It's the last thing that South Africa need is for their skipper to go down. He's having a stretch of the hamstrings, it looks like. But it's another run out.
Well, have a look at Richard Levy.
One, Kirky!
In, out.
Kirky!
Does he get into third gear? Not really. Does he dive? No. Does he extend the arms? No. Great work from Kirk Edwards. Firm, flat, fast throw on the bounce, and Samuel Badgery pleading with the umpire, don't send it upstairs, Bilal Shafra. You've got this, buddy. You have it. You know it's out. We know. Levy knows, and Bilal Shafra does well to ignore the pleas.
Well, Samuel Badgery knows it's a Sunday. Richard Levy is off, involved in 2 run-outs. Not sure rather. Jacques Callis looks as if he's okay. Bit of a stretch. We've stretched something. I'm not sure. Could have been the left hamstring. But a couple of anti-inflammatories. Scratch handicap golfer, Jacques Callis, wonderful golfer. I think the golfer with the best swing, cricketer, the best golf swing that I've seen is Sean Pollock.
Well, I haven't played with Sean Pollock. James Taylor, known as Titch, the former England batter, has a wonderfully sound golf technique. Only took up golf after he retired from cricket.
The cricketer with the most optimistic golf swing, Danny Morrison. It's a little chip downfield from Callis.
Mitchell Satner's a wonderful golfer, top-class golfer. Trent Bolt is a lovely golfer. That's all players do these days. You just follow their social media. They're on tour, and all they do is play golf. That's all you see, cricketers playing golf.
Yeah, well done, Richard. Well, he's run out, but he's very kindly signing the autographs for the youngsters. Right, last ball of the 5th here. South Africa are 33 for 2, desperate for a win. So the Windies. Oh, it's a big full toss, and JP can't put it away. 5 gone. South Africa 34 for 2.
Left hand.
Mid on. It's going to be run, right arm around. What's that? Middle. Skipper, I got square leg.
First 5 overs done then in match 9 of the World Championship of Legends, and the South Africa champions are struggling already. Levy gone, Mackenzie went first ball run out. We've seen 2 run outs. Callis, who has had a little bit of treatment on the field, 10 from 15, and JP Duminy. Rayed Emirates then. First time we've seen him in this competition. Also, it's the first time we've seen Seam in the power play. So the last over of the power play with Seam. From Trinidad and Tobago. Host of a lot of legends, Trinidad. Brian Charles Lara, Ian Bishop. Wayne Bravo. Kyron Pollard. It's I was just going to say good morning to Waqar Younis. It's a good afternoon to Waqar Younis.
Yes, Koki, we are decently into the afternoon, and South Africans the right rhythm, couple of runouts up front didn't help. If Duminy is going to be key. That's wide. He's very fit. He's played for a long time for South Africa. JP Duminy, a very elegant-looking left-hander. Not the start they were looking for. They had to really push on. This pitch is really good. I think the West Indian legends have done their homework, starting with spinners and kept on bowling with them, not giving any pace, and realizing after the 5th over that it's time to bring a pacer. And Rayed Emirates is doing a fantastic job. He playing for the first time in this tournament. They were very serious this morning when they arrived. It was morning at the time. They were very serious. They were out there early and doing their warm-ups, stretching. Takes a little longer to stretch those old muscles. Few rollers on the hamstrings and calves and pushing themselves, and they're looking quite good today. West Indies.
Yep, they look serious. They want to win. Of course they do. Both sides are looking for their first victory. And this is my trip World Championship of Legends. I tell you what else looks serious. Apart from that shot, that's a serious shot. That is a Jacques Kallis at his best. Never looked to overhit it. And it is another Ease My Trip 6.
Vintage, isn't it? It's just classy. I think he was just waiting for the paceman to come because he wanted to use the pace. Little offline, Emirates just a little on the leg side, and this is not good scenes. There are plenty of heavy clouds coming from our left, so I hope they just slip away, which is going to be hard because there are plenty of them, and the South Africa need plenty of sixes quickly.
Well, the good news is there's 2 hours for each game. So that is the good news. So 2 hours is allowed for each game before we lose 1 single ball. So we hopefully will get 2 games in today.
Good news, huh? Yep. Good news for some. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a long day, long evening, long night.
It's building. That is, as we say in England, it is building. And if that comes, I can tell you now, Gary the groundsman will have them all on quickly. Last ball, power play is done for South Africa and the West Indies. 6 done, 44 for 2.
I said I wanted to bowl this end because the wind was strong that way. When I came to bowl, it was in the opposite direction. I just need to
44 for 2 then, power play done, which means that the bowlers are allowed a couple of more fielders out of the circle. He has to keep 4 within that circle you're seeing on your screen now. Those dots that are going around there, 3 on the leg side he has. And he has 1 on the offside, which is Suleiman Ben, extra cover. Correction, onside, it was a left-hander. So 3 on the offside, 1 on the leg side.
It was a full house yesterday. We had 20-odd thousand people. And today, there's some school kids. They're having a ball. They're having lovely times. Great afternoon. Sun's out. They're enjoying themselves. Who they're supporting? Which club is that? Can you read?
I'm trying to read. I have got glasses, but I'm not using them at the moment. Oh, this one, whether it was a googly or whether it just went on, but Callis didn't pick it.
Yeah, gotta watch it closely. It's very hard to pick his googly because, you know, he's a low arm spinner, and I think it was googly, and Jack Harris was playing for a leg spinner, but lucky. Not out, missing leg stump. Just by whisker.
Well, I found out where that school group are from. It's from Wycombe House Cricket Club, which is in Osterley, which is on obviously very close to Heathrow Airport, not far from Brentford. So they've come from a long way to come up here to watch some legends play today. Remember, there's another game later on. England take on Pakistan.
Well, for their sake, for the kids' sake, I just want the rain to stay away. That's beautiful. That's cute. You never know. In a few years' time, we'll be right in the middle, hitting ball all over the park.
A little bit of a misfield. JP Doon is just happy with 1.
Good job, good job.
Ball spinning away from Emirates. A few South African supporters, they're there to just back their team, just asking them to keep going.
Catch, Ashley.
Out. Ashley Nurse is having a great tournament with the ball in hand, in the field. Lovely catching. It was hit hard, flat, getting low on him. Took it quite comfortably at the end.
When you looked at it, you just thought, is he just going to let this bounce? But he just had to judge it, didn't he? The trajectory, just to make sure he got himself in a good position. He catches really well. Jacques Kallis, the captain, goes for 18. South Africa champions in trouble again, 47 for 3. Ashwell Prince then joins JP Duminy. Two left-handers now at the crease. And like they have done in their first couple of games, they've lost wickets early on and find themselves in trouble. The West Indies have been picture perfect. Ashley Nurse, who pulled off another decent catch. He's fielded well. He's also bowled well. He's going to be brought into the attack. And I think all the players now are looking upwards, because that cloud that I talked about is just getting closer and closer. I can see a little bit of activity from Gary Barwell and his ground staff there waiting. That is coming, I can tell you.
Yeah, not far. 5 minutes, maybe 10. When I say, oh, misfield. When I say that West Indians have done their homework, straight away bringing Nurse into the attack, seeing the two left-handers at the crease. This is how Jack Callis was dismissed. Couldn't read the googly again and hit the inner part of the bat, and comfortable catch by Nurse.
You can tell what he's trying to do there, Callis. He's trying to go straight back over the bowler's head, and because of, like you say, the actual angle and also the fact that it's a googly, gets an inside edge. So he drags it to long on. Quick single. Good from Duminy and Prince. They probably need that just to get going. A bit of urgency. They've struggled in the first couple of games. A lot of other sides have just come out and hit their way to a bit of form. Not so much as South Africa.
This is torture.
Shit.
Actually, going back to when I nearly said good morning to you, I can't believe I did, because they're serving roast dinner upstairs. Chicken and veg and... Up in the north here, well, this is Midlands, up in the north they call it gravy. Upstairs they've got jus. J-U-S.
Okay. It's been a while that I've come to England, but I remember gravy, the dark color, reddish.
Well, it's similar.
Nice.
A jus more is a little bit thinner, so I think you do it from the fats, from the meats of the blood, and that's what it is. Obviously a vegetarian option up there as well, some roasted cauliflower, and beautiful. Anyway, 50 up. Enough of the cooking programs.
No, carry on. Just tell us about the custard you had.
And there's, I know I haven't had it yet. I've ordered it. There's apple pie and custard as well. Oh dear, it's Christmas. It is Christmas here, I tell you. They look after. That's what I'm saying about this. This club is absolutely exceptional for everything. Pitches, pitch, area, stands, hospitality, and food. First class.
I thought the food at Lord's probably the best, but the way you have explained and mentioned about all these gravies and custard and those roast beef, I've got to run. I've got another 2 hours left, but I'm just going to go and have it before it finishes. 8 gone, 50 for 3.
Right, there's a bit of work for this man to do. He's smiling because he's thinking, am I going to have to just take the field, Alan Donald? We already saw Jacques Callis before he got out struggling. JP Duminy now has gone down with what looks like a hamstring or a glute muscle. Donald is come out. The ground staff at the moment are just meandering and getting themselves in front of that hover cover there, you see. And you just see the others just coming out of the tunnel. They know exactly, they have radars and satellites. They know exactly when it will arrive.
Corky, more problems for South Africa they're having issues with the fitness. Even in the first 2 games, we have seen players having hamstring issues, and I feel the reason why they're having that is the spikes they're wearing. They're not used to of playing. They haven't been playing much cricket, so when they wear all those spikes with nails on and running on a hard surface, it really put a lot of stress on your calves, on your hamstrings, and also a bit of gluten back. Rains have started coming.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. Look, there it is. It was obviously going to come. It is arrived, and unfortunately, I think it's in for a little while as well. But the good news is, there is 2 hours from this point now. So make a little note. About 1:10. It is lunchtime. If you're able to have lunch, then grab a bit of lunch. And we have till 3:10 in this first game before we start losing any overs or any balls. So the hover mower brought on by Gary Barwell and his ground staff just to cover up the area. Gone are the days where they had to push them on. Now it's just all hover mowers, hover covers, everything. And that's where it's coming from just from the left of that tower on your left hand side. It's coming from the northwest area, and it's just a big band of rain. So hopefully, touch wood, wind gets up, blows it away.
Let's hope for the best. Let's keep our fingers crossed. This is how the wickets fell. First one, Mackenzie was run out. He was a little lazy off the block, and it wasn't expecting a direct hit. It was hit. You could only see the one stump, and that was the second one, second run out. Another fantastic throw. He also had maybe 1.5 stumps to him, and good thing that the fielder just moved away and allowed the ball to sort of go straight at stumps. There you go. Levy had no chance, no real stretch, didn't really give enough to survive. And this was the last one. Jack Alice will look good for a bit, but losing his wicket to Ashley Nurse, who was in the deep, catching quite comfortably. So 3 wickets down, 51, and West Indies definitely have their leg on top.
Levy with 20, Kellis with 18. This partnership is just 4 from 6, so 51 for 3 is where South Africa champions find themselves off 8 overs. Remember, they were put into bat by Gayle. Gayle and the West Indies bowlers will be happy. Opened with spin, 5 overs of the power play of spin. Badri done 4 overs at 1 for 13, so he is completely done whatever happens with this game. Never an easy job, thankless task, trying to get those covers on. The good news is as well is these outfields now have all been relayed with irrigation, and they soon get rid of whatever is put on it from the skies. They have worked hard here in this country over the last 10 to 15 years on making sure outfields don't get waterlogged, and they're able to have some cricket. Right, we're going to take a break, obviously because of the rain, and we'll be back with you as soon as we have any more information. This is the World Championship of Legends.
Spare lip, spare lip, spare lip, spare lip, spare lip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I can. Alright, so it is a very rainy day here at Edgbaston. Play has been halted for now. Yep, some people may hope for it to keep raining. I think that's the general consensus here at the moment. The patrons seem to mind a bit because they came to watch a match. However, others may be of a different opinion. I can't say who others are. Alright, cool.
Antenna is still in good position. I can talk on the mic for you. Hey. Okay, we're gonna go inspect far side. Yep, antenna is still in good position. Just gonna poke the mic out a bit. Okay, mic's good. Far side. Yep, antenna is right in there. Alright.
Welcome back to Ease My Trip World Championship of Legends. Match 9 from Edgbaston. Great news that big heavy storm has blown past, and we have not lost any time. 51 for 3 is where we left this match 9 between South Africa and the West Indies. If you're just joining us, Christopher Henry Gayle, number 333, captain of the West Indies, won the toss, decided to have a bowl first. 2 left-handers are at the crease at the moment for South Africa. JP Duminy on the left, Ashwell Prince on the right. And we are now in glorious sunshine. Nice now summerish afternoon, Wakar Yunus, and we've seen heavy rain, and now look at it now. Beautiful sun.
Pokey, you are one hell of a weatherman. You said it when the rain was coming. You said that it's going to blow away with all this wind across the ground, and look what we have. The rain's all gone, and the umbrella's out to protect us from the sun, not from the rain, which is really, really a good news. So back on in a couple of minutes. 51 for 3. South African champions. They need to press the button. They need to better their run rate, which is hovering around 6. That's not going to really help at this stage. This West Indian side is very strong when you talk about their batting, and they have done their homework. I said it earlier also with their bowling, how they're going to operate. They brought the spinners up front and then the pacers, and it has worked for them. Badri was outstanding.
Yep, it looks like Samuel Badri is leaving the field as an impact player. Jason Mohammed has come on. He's already bowled his 4 overs. Got the wicket of Jacques Kallis, the captain of the South Africa champions. He's struggling a little bit at JP Duminy. You can just see him hold that left hamstring. He keeps stretching out. There is that impact player. Jason Mohammed replacing Samuel Badri. Should have brought that rule in a long time ago, Wakar Yunus, when we were playing. Wow. Although I'm not sure I would have wanted to be substituted. Anyway, Tino Best into the attack. Remember, no bouncers allowed. Nice start. He's been loosening. He's a very fit man, Tino Best. He's an S&C back in Barbados, and he's been warming up and loosening up for the last 30 minutes.
I don't think he did badly in the previous match, although he's one of those bowlers who's aggressive, who likes to bowl short, but this time around he's pitching it up, and he's hitting the length quite nicely, very animated. If you drop catch of his bowling, he's not going to like it. A little bit fuller. One more. Misfield. That's not good from West Indies. All the good work before rain. You don't want to lose.
Yeah, and I'm not sure Tino Best enjoys this either. He's still keen to run in, and you could just watch his reaction. This is his action. Strong man, look, powerful man. Always had that powerful action, ran in hard.
42 years young. Very strong, very fit. A little bit slower than what he was, but he still runs in hard. He's very competitive cricketer. Slow one. That's different. I've never seen him bowl slow delivery.
Well, I think because he's not allowed to bowl, or bowlers aren't allowed to bowl bouncers. When I say they're not allowed to bowl bouncers, you see this slower ball here. If they do bowl a bouncer over shoulder height, it is called a no ball, it's called a free hit, and it's called your one warning. If you bowl another one, out of the attack for that innings. So you may gamble, maybe worth one, you never know.
Koki, me and you and some other fast bowlers played cricket at a good time, I think, because modern days with flat pitches, T20 cricket, big bats, stronger batters, it's tough, isn't it? It's not easy. And with all those rules, you can't bowl a bouncer, you can't do this, you can't do that. No good.
Well, I can assure you now, I wish some of these rules were around when I batted against somebody like you or Wazim, because you weren't allowed one or two, you were allowed as many as you want until the umpire thought it was intimidatory. And if he thought you're intimidating, he would have a quick word with you and say, look, that's enough now. Very rarely did that happen, but I thought that was better cricket. This will just run away for a boundary. Even though we've had a lot of rain here, this outfield is still quick. It absorbs a lot of moisture here. And a couple of boundaries in the over so far.
The length on a couple of early deliveries are pretty good. This is not good bowling. That's on the legs and quite easy for JP Duminy to put it away for 4. Still a little disappointed, South African team, because the runs they were looking for, they didn't get. They need to get at least 170. At least, I'm saying.
Inside edge to Suleiman Ben. Dot ball to finish, 9 done, 60 for 3. Yeah, just going back on that bouncer rule, I remember playing in, I think, my second first-class game in Scarborough, Derbyshire versus Yorkshire, and they had the likes of Darren Gough and Paul Jarvis running in. I remember trying to save a game, and they ran in on this flat wicket and just bowled short every ball. Peter Hartley was another bowler, and I remember Dickie Bird was the umpire, and he waited, he allowed them. And within the rules of bowling short deliveries, you were allowed as many as you want until the umpire believed that that was enough. And what Dickie Bird did quite right, he said, right, that's enough now. You've bowled far too many, pitch it up.
Most of the time, it was the umpires stop you when you were bowling to the low middle order or tail ender, should I say. Dominic Cork, the tail ender.
Tail ender, correct.
When you're bowling too many bounces to the low order batsmen, and that's when the umpire felt that it's getting a little dangerous. There might be an injury around the corner, so then that's the time they used to stop. Nurse.
And some of us in that time needed a nurse at times. The amount of times we got hit. I loved it. 70s, 80s, watching fast bowlers all around the globe. Think about the West Indies and their attack, Pakistan and their attack as well, the pace, Imran and Safraz, India as well, and England, Willis, Dilly, Botham.
Ball skins.
West Indies in the 70s or even in the 60s, they were just too good. Bit of 80s also when Walsh and Ambrose, Bishop, Marshall, all these were playing. We played most of our cricket against these guys, but Roberts and Robert Kraft and all those Garner, they were just very intimidating also. They're big lads, and you know the crease seems really small for them, and some of them used to drag their foot, and if you're a batter standing in front of them, it seemed like they're right on top of you. Forget about the ball, they're actually on top of you. 10 gone, 64 for 3.
We lose no overs?
Yes, it's the World Championship of Legends now in bright sunshine. The light shines on Legends. See some spin now. Jason Mohammed bowls a little off break variety. Very gentle. 10 overs gone. South Africa haven't helped their cause with 2 run-outs unnecessarily. And Ashwell Prince, JP Duminy finding life a little tricky here. Nikhil Chopra, this is your craft. So I think I'll put the mic down for this over. It's off spin. Nikhil, take it away.
No disrespect, but I think that particular delivery, it was an attempt for an off spin. Yes, South Africa champions in a spot of bother. And especially with JP Duminy holding his hamstring as well, finding it tough to even take the single. That's Jason Mohammed. Have a look at that. That little pause, and then if you let the non-bowling arm drop too early, then you're going to drag the ball down. So for any spinner, there's a non-leading arm. That's your direction as well as the length control thing. See, if it's too short, it's because the left arm, the non-bowling arm, gets dropped too early and you're anxious to deliver the ball really quickly. That's better. It's like a momentum thing.
Yeah, very good. I get that. Like your leading arm is the rudder, really, isn't it? It's the rudder. Rest follows suit if that's doing the right things.
.69 for 3, 11 done.
Overs gone. Very critical phase in this match now for South Africa. They've been in long enough, these two. Ashley Nurse. He's no mean performer, Ashley Nurse. He reminds me in the way he goes about his craft of Carl Hooper. Carl Hooper was a wonderful cricketer. Ashley Nurse's same kind of approach with the ball. That will go for 4. That's been hit very nicely by JP.
Carter patrolling the boundary at extra cover. It's too far away from him. That boundary is certainly going to help the cause for South Africa champions to try and put up a total close to 160, 170 if they can. It's a really good wicket to bat on. A couple of more boundaries. I think JP Duminy now, because he realizes that he can't run too many singles or doubles, he'll be looking to get some boundaries. South Africa champions have had some issues with injuries as well.
Doesn't help the cause when you've got half the side with some hamstring injuries. Gone again. That man's an important fielder out there, Jonathan Carter. Floyd Reefer is the coach, former all-rounder with Barbados, Floyd Reefer. Darren Sammy. He's got his own cricket stadium. Darren Sammy, the Darren Sammy International Stadium, St. Lucia. First man from St. Lucia to captain the West Indies.
Chris Gayle would be happy with the effort from the bowlers.
Go ahead, Ash. Keep going, Ash.
Oh, that's a wide, yeah. Started off wide and went even wider.
Get up, turn there, Ash. Oh, yes, Ash.
Oh,
No.
JP's come out and he's limping back. He just forgets that he's got a problem. It's the end of the over, 77 for 3.
Yes, Ash. No.
JP, get back, don't take chances.
You're limping.
Yeah, JP Duminy struggling here. Little hamstring strain. Ryan McLaren's got one. Seems like a badge of honor for South Africa to get a hamstring pull.
Wait. All right.
There was a wonderful writer in the Times newspaper many years ago by the name of Alan Gibson, and he was watching the great Zahir Abbas getting a lot of runs at New Road, Worcester, and he wrote in the paper the next morning, bowled him down the pitch, and that lack of movement, freedom of movement, accounting for JP Duminy.
It's also feeling that hamstring and also the pressure of the scoreboard, was looking to get some boundaries, missed it completely. Was looking to go over long on. Big gap between bat and pad. Just normal. Picking up a wicket off JP Duminy. He departs for 23, 79 for 4.
Justin Onton, new man in for South Africa. 59 not out his best. This is the end of JP Duminy, hampered with that hamstring. So he wasn't really moving very well. I'll just finish that story. So the writer Alan Gibson was watching Zahir Abbas getting piles of runs at Worcester. Then he had a strain, couldn't bat as freely, and he said Zahir Abbas, the great Zahir Abbas, Pakistani batsman, is suffering from a beef strain. A beef string strain. Gone, all out. Tino Best, in and out, not his best. Is he okay? Is he all right? Has he done a hand injury here, or is he just... That wasn't his best, was it, Tino? This was in and out.
It's probably one of those things, Alan, because he's now a SNC trainer. the amount of weight training he does. Instead of those soft hands, soft palms, it's probably the hard hands. And it just, like you mentioned, popped in and out. Yeah, just feel the grip, the palm is too hard. He's a great competitor, and just feeling bad about that drop catch.
Gosh, that went nowhere. Didn't bounce at all.
Right hand.
82 for 4. Yeah, those two pace bowlers, Fidel Edwards, Jerome Taylor, not playing. Sun is shining brightly now on Edgbaston. Not just the name of the ground, of the stadium, it's an area of Birmingham, one of the outer suburbs, very leafy suburb. That is nicely struck, and it's gone straight through the hands of Carter. That was a good film. Get Carter. I'm afraid that he's just made a hash of this.
Nohan Tong is going with the spin. Also some improvisation. You see the energy when as soon as Ontong's walked out to bat, looking to get some runs quickly. Ashley Nurse will not be happy. The effort at the end, just felt that he didn't judge it as well as he would have liked. Great, Alan Donald left of your screen.
Yeah, not playing. A few people glad of that. Oh, Tino. You know, sometimes the ball follows you. Wherever you put yourself in the field, it follows you, and Tino's in that position.
He's a hard trier. Tino Best always looking to put his best foot forward, looking to contribute towards the victory of his side. Comes in, runs in hard, bowls with a big heart. Did that hit the stumps? And the bails never fell. And for Ashley Nurse, the amount of revs that he put on the ball as well, he got some touches, but this is going to be interesting to see. Did that ball hit the stumps?
Tino Best. No, it's not. There's somebody else is wearing his hat. Ashley Nurse. Ooh. That has hit the stump, hasn't it?
About half an hour ago, we had some rain. Have a look at this now. Bright and sunny. Perfect day for cricket.
Oh, that's gone too far. It has spun a mile from Ashley Nurse. Oh, who is that? Tino Best. Absolutely sprinting after the ball. Well done, Tino. He looks like... It's 93 for 4. Good sprint. It's quite a good question, you know, Gayle. It's just doing the rounds. here that how many cricket grounds around the world are named by the area in which they are located. Edgbaston being the prime example. We're here in Edgbaston. If you think of the north of England where Durham play, Chesterlow Street, it's now called the Riverside Stadium, but the Chepauk in Chennai, the Ferozshah Kotla, that's called the Arun Jaitley. Those of you at home, if you're listening to this, we'd like to get your thoughts on that. Centurion, Newlands, Cape Town.
I don't know if it was last.
You probably want an email address now, so let me have a think about that. Oh, it's up, and Christopher Henry Gayle with a sprint. The skipper pouches it, rolls back the years. Christopher Henry.
Have a look at that effort from Chris Gayle, the universe boss. Montong was looking to go big with that angle. The ball was always getting away from him, but perfectly judged by the universe boss. Right in the big fingers, the big palm. Jason picks up his second wicket. Montong probably looking to do the right thing, get some boundaries, but gets out for 11. It's 93 for 5.
Dane Villas, keeper, wicket-keeper batsman. South Africa struggling here. 93 for 5. Jason Mohammed 2 for 10.
The spinners have done a phenomenal job for the West Indies champion, pushing it away from the arc of just his own tongue. Great catch by the universe boss as well. Trying to keep things simple. You know that South Africa champions are going to go after the bowling. Keep it away from that arc, and with that angle, not too much turn and offer. You're always hitting against that sort of angle. Better option would have been to try and chip it over extra cover, go with that angle. Next game, Pakistan versus England. Pakistan had a great tournament so far, Alan. 3 out of 3.
They look man for man the best side in the tournament. Pakistan, clearly Australia are right up there as well, but Pakistan favourites for this one against England. This match to follow, 4:30 local time. Most sports folk in England are talking about the penalty shootout last night against Switzerland. And I think it's a semi-final now against the Dutch, against Netherlands on Wednesday. That will be a wonderful occasion. It's just the one. 15 overs gone. South Africa 99 for 5.
Turn over the golden arm. Last over specialist.
$99 for 5 then off the 15 overs. Badri done 4 overs 1 for 13. Jason Mohammed, who was the impact player, 3 overs 2 for 16. It's a beautiful afternoon now in Birmingham. Sun is out. We've had quite a big storm that has thankfully blown past. Fluffy clouds now. Stewart into the attack then. Navin Stewart round the wicket straight away, slower ball. Hit the gap. And hit the gap perfectly with a bit of a misfield. You can see it's a little bit slippy down there because of the rain we had earlier. And the 100 is up, Abby.
Yeah, they need a lot more. That was a little bit sloppy there from the fielder. They need every run they can score here. And 22 of 21 for Ashwell Prince. He's the only batter at the moment, looks like. Can get some runs for South Africa. And another slow delivery. Similar shot, and again, he just lived a little bit. Hope he's okay. He looks okay. They need plenty of runs.
Yeah, you just have to be careful because of that. So moisture, you can just see he's wearing maybe half and half, so he's just sliding, pulled. He didn't time it that well. Tino Best is after that still pick up 2.
You've got to see Ashwell Prince now, because he's taken a couple of 2s back to back, and before that he had to run as well. There was a misfield. He managed to get a 4. So far 8 of the first 3 deliveries. They need some big overs. South Africa champions. They're lagging behind in this game. If you look at the couple of scores we saw yesterday on the same pitch, there were massive scores.
.58 meters straight, both sides, and 60 meters square. A little bit bigger now, the dimension, since we've moved to more central position of the square. We saw a massive score yesterday. Pakistan 243 on this surface. We saw Australia knock 165 off in 14 overs against England. What a shot. Dean Villas uses the pace. Is this a reverse sweep or a reverse cut? Which one is it?
It's very hard to say. It could be a reverse pull. But extraordinary. Just extraordinary shot. The way he controlled it as well. Just managed to get it in the gap between the point and shot third.
Slower delivery. Expensive over. 14 from it. 16 overs are done. It's 113 for 5. That was match 8. It was packed. It was a great atmosphere last night here at Edgbaston. 243 for 4 off the 20 overs. Pakistan in reply. 175 for 9. Pakistan champions. Won by 68 runs. A dominant performance led by Cameron Akmal and Shahjeel. will be given a wide. I'm not sure if you can pick up whether it's the keeper laughing, the batter's laughing. He runs down and then has to run back to just make sure he can't be stumped.
Well, it's very smart from the batter, realizing he cannot get there, just getting back to the crease. Smartly bowled as well by Jason.
He's a good player, Dane Villas. He's been around cricket in England for a while. Recently retired. Played a lot for Lancashire up in city of Manchester.
Just seems like in today's game especially, the ball's stopping quite a bit. Every time the ball is slightly short, the batters have struggled to get hold of it.
Dragged. That's all you can say. Went wide, dragged it towards deep mid-wicket. It's been a decent over from Jason Mohammed up to now. Just 4 runs from the first, well, 3 deliveries because he bowled a wide that first ball. That's well bowled. Slower, loopier. Didn't really spin, but it's just the pace that Ashwell Prince couldn't just get to grips with.
Yeah, both these players are just looking to go onside. There's an option to go over covers with the spin, but he's favouring the onside. They've got to find boundaries. 118 for 5 after 16.5. 10 and over from here will get them to 150. Not sure that's going to be enough.
Sweet shot up.
Just trying to finish this last ball off in his spell. Jason Mohammed. And a reverse sweep, just be a single. Good end to a spell. 4 overs, 2 for 23. 17 overs are done. South Africa 120 for 5. Emirates back into the attack then. 1 over, none for 10. 18 balls remaining in the innings. They're trying to get themselves as close to 150 as possible. 9 runs and over from here gets them to 147. Pulled away strongly and he's my trip 6. It's a good shot.
Boy, back the length very early. Quality shot that. Just straying slightly short on that occasion. Roy Emirates paying a heavy price. That sounded very, very crisp. The moment Vilas hit that one, striking at 216.
What'd you say?
Now for him, of just 8 deliveries. And this could be a big over.
Oh, this will be another boundary again. It's well played. I think there's a little bit of chirping going on between Tino Best and Dame Villas. There's something going on, whether it's friendly, whether it's not. Calm it down, come on. But nothing like that. It's been a good start to the over.
Yeah, with Tino, I'm not sure anything can ever be friendly. That's a lovely shot. Picked the slower delivery early and swept it between that short fine and deep square leg. Now there's a change in field. The long off come inside to mid off, and the short fine goes back to deep fine leg. So there are 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle on the onside. So he's got to bowl very straight.
White ball. What's he doing?
He's practicing his signature, I'm not sure. Oh, it's beautiful. It's really good. It's the modern day shot. Just uses the pace that's on offer. Gets in position early, gets low. Expensive over. 15 from the first 3 deliveries.
You're showing his class here. The last. And again, getting into position so early, predicting the right delivery. At the moment, he's out-thinking Emirates, who's been expensive. 25 of just 9 deliveries and coming around the stumps. Now, try and go slightly fuller maybe with all 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle on the onside.
This has gone all the way. It's top edge. It's into the stands. Into the stands, this. 21 from the first 4 deliveries. They needed something, South Africa, and it's Dame Villas that has just given them that momentum.
Yeah, they needed an influx of runs, and again, great game awareness, predicting what the bowler's going to try and do. The moment he came around the stumps, he could sense he's going to try and go for that Yorker, just drifting towards the pads, and he just swept it over fine leg for yet another Ease My Trip 6. Already 21 in this over, and still 2 deliveries remaining.
Nice looking shot. It'll just be 1 down the ground. It's amazing when a bit of chirp starts, what it causes at times. And I know that from how I was sometimes on the field. And I'm not saying I was a complete angel, but sometimes you have to pick your battles. Don't try and take somebody on who can take the game away from you.
Yeah, that's exactly what Tino Best has done against Villas. And he's responded brilliantly.
Over.
Dot to finish then. Expensive over. 22 from it, 18 done, 142 for 5. On 42, 4, 5, and that last little Manhattan was lift off for South Africa. Sorted now. It has all been sorted. Kid gloves, it's all happy now.
Yeah, he often does that. First he says a lot of stuff to you and then try and come and make it up.
I saw you involved in something in the winter with somebody who I've never heard ever chirp on the field, ever in my career. Ross Taylor. How did you wind up Ross Taylor?
That's a story.
Come on, go, go!
Good effort in the end. The commitment was there. We've seen that throughout. So one thing you can say, just hope he's not hurt himself. He's holding that right shoulder, you can see. And we've seen a few injuries. And we just hope that he's okay, because he stayed down, and very rare do you see former professionals stay down unless they are injured. You can just see he lands on that right shoulder and then he realizes.
That's a pretty bad landing. Okay. Oh, we just hope that nothing major, nothing serious has happened to him. Carter on the floor, still very, very fit. But yeah, you can see he's in a lot of pain, and we hope that the physio gets there quite quickly. Yeah, we've seen physios run sprint to him. Carter is in a lot of pain at the moment, just having a check on his shoulders.
Yeah, I think it, with that little reaction, it looks like he's going to have to go off. Jonathan Carter, yeah, you're just checking that physio will come on and just check that, is the shoulder okay? Check all the rotator cuff area and ligaments that go there. And Darren Sammy looks like he's going to come on and feel that. If there's any doubt, just go off and just get it sorted. That there's no point in staying on. I know we have to show it, but I don't like showing it because you just hope that it's okay. You can just see that there, he then realizes his right shoulder and then flicks himself onto his back.
Yeah, you've got to give him all the points for commitment, but when you're not playing cricket regularly and you come back to play the Legends, sometimes when you put in that dive, there is a possibility of just hurting yourself a little bit. It looks okay. Hopefully nothing serious, nothing major. He is moving his arm, which is always good news. But at the moment, it's going to be Darren Sammy who has come in place of Carter.
Yeah, the worst thing is it went for 4 as well. Reverse sweep. Straight to the man who's just come on, who looks a little bit stiff. Darren Sammy.
It took a bit of time to get down, didn't he, Darren Sammy? But what an innings this has been from Vilas. 35 of just 14, 250 strike rate. Just getting a little bad bounce on that occasion as well. Darren, it's been a good partnership, 53 runs partnership with that boundary earlier. Just 28 deliveries between these two.
Straight in the gap. Waited. You know that Solomon Ben is going to get bounced because of his height. Put away.
And it's a lot of times you can just set yourself for that shot delivery, and 150 up as well for South Africa champions with that boundary. Nicely played, well controlled by Prince.
That's got to be close. No appeal from the keeper. Yeah, just spun. That was the only reason that. Glad I'm not an umpire. I'm just sticking my finger up for that. That's out. Hope he's okay. Another appeal. Keep your eye on the umpire. It'll be one. Is it one by? Did he hit it? Leg buys.
That would have been very close unless the impact was outside the off stump. That's the only thing which could save him. Oh yes, probably just hitting him outside the line of off stump. Good decision at the end. Still managed to get a single.
.153 for 5. Well, it's been a good last 6 or 7 overs for South Africa, thanks to this man. 37 from 15 deliveries for Dane Vilas. South Africa have brought up their 150. At one stage they were struggling to get there, and they have 6 balls left. Can they get another 12 or so in this last over? Chris Gayle is just sorting out field placings with Navin Stewart. On his second over. On for 14. So let's have a look what he's got. He's got 4 men in the circle. He's got a short, fine leg. Backward point. Chris Gayle has an extra cover and a mid-off. He has 3 fielders out on the leg side. Long on your right. In the middle, deep mid-wicket. And then a deep square leg. Third and deep cover are the 2 fielders out on the offside. Given a wide. Given a wide. I think it's the right decision. I know he's run down, but he's run down straight.
A good decision by the umpire, standing slightly outside the leg stump as well. If anything, he went outside the leg stump, so that was pretty wide. He just wanted to stay away from his arc. Stewart.
Massive. Just picked up on length, used the pace. 160 up now, and Dane Vilas is 43 from 16.
Yeah, another Ease My Trip 6. Picked that length very early. And he's done that remarkably well in this innings. He's somebody who's looked comfortable out there from the very first delivery he faced.
Yes, well bowled. 21 balls is the quickest half century in the Ease My Trip World Championship of Legends 2024. Aaron Finch, 21 balls against England yesterday. Sharjeel against India, 23 balls. Dane Vilas is 44 from 17. Will he have an opportunity to be the quickest?
It's just a hit away. He could get to 50 of just 18.
Remember, average first innings score on both surfaces. Remember, we've only played, this is the 3rd game on this pitch, is 193. So South Africa champions are a little bit down on that. England only got to 165 yesterday. Australia knocked them off in 14. This is another Ease My Trip 6 from Ashwell Prince. Good end to the innings, this.
Yeah, these 2 have done really well. At one point, I don't think South Africa champions thought that they could get close to that 170 mark. On 167, still a few more deliveries left. That's again a wonderful shot.
Again into the gap. So Dane Vilas will not have a chance to try and get to the quickest half century. This is another expensive over. There's a ball left, and South Africa have 171.
Yeah, you would wonder, Tino Best has just bowled 1 over in this innings and gone for 9. Why wasn't he brought back into the attack? Navin Stewart, who's been very expensive.
78 from 38, this partnership then. Last ball of the innings, in the air. Don't think he's got enough of it. Fielder comes in, dropped. You do not see that, Ashley Nurse. Andy spilled it out. Hopefully he's not hurt himself. He's holding his back, and I think the players have decided not to run anymore. So I think that's sensible from the 2 batters. He's gone down injured with the back. They're happy with that. Good sportsmanship from both Prince and Vilas. It finishes off the innings for South Africa. 174 for 5. Vilas 44, Prince 46, but Ashley Nurse is still down.
Yeah, I would hope that nothing serious has happened to him. That's the second injury in this innings for West Indies. Brilliant effort. You've got to give him all the credit. Just as he landed, might have hurt his back. Both batters batted beautifully. Prince 46 of 35, the last 44 just 17, and that partnership has really given them an opportunity and a chance here.
Remember, both sides are still looking to open their account in this World Championship of Legends. South Africa, who just not quite hit their straps. That's been a good end to get to that total. Ashley Nurse is just holding that backside. Already seen Jonathan Carter go off with a shoulder injury. Right, Chris Gayle won the toss, decided to have a bowl first, put South Africa in. They lost Mackenzie, well, straight away run out by Dwayne Smith. Then Kirk Edwards ran out Levy. Callis gone, Badri just lobbed it down to long gone. Dumini for 23 struggled with a little bit of a hamstring injury, another worry for South Africa, and then that big partnership between Prince and Dame Villas, 46 and 44, saw them get to 174 for 5, 32 between Levy and Callis, 32 between Dumini and Prince, and 81 biggest partnership, Villas versus Prince, 174 for 5. One for 13 off 4 overs for Samuel Badri, 2 for 23 for Mohamed Jason, and Ashley Nurse, none for 25. Niall O'Brien has got Samuel Badri with him.
Samuel Badri alongside me, the former world T20I bowler, #1 in the world for a long time, about 2 or 3 years, I think, Badri. 174 for 5, probably more than you would have thought.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe 30, 35 more than we wanted at the halfway stage. I thought we had them in a good position, pretty good position to the back end. Take nothing away from Dane Villas. I thought he played an exceptional hand. But yeah, maybe a little bit more than we wanted. But hey, runs on the board, we need to go and chase them down.
What about your own bowling today? 1 for 13 from your overs. A couple of expensive games previously. What worked today?
This is more like it, isn't it? Yeah.
It is more like it. This is more like Samuel Badri we love.
Yeah, yeah. At this age, you need some sort of practice, some sort of game time out in the middle just to get going again. I thought it. I felt really good. The release was there. The pace was up there. The pitch was a little bit assistive in terms of that little bit of grip. And yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
You're watching cricket all around the world now, and you've got your own academy back home. Life is good away from the ground, but what about getting back out on the surface itself?
I much prefer being on that side of the camera, asking the questions and answering them. But yeah, it's good to, that camaraderie, old teammates, former rivals, getting out in the park there and having some friendly rivalry, enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying the moment. Wonderful facility here, good crowd, wonderful pitch, good competitive atmosphere. I must say that I'm surprised with the competitiveness of the league. Some good guys and guys looking in good nick. So yeah, it's been great.
And what did Chris Gayle say to you all this morning? Because you're 0 from 2. It's not a must-win, but it's nearly a must-win. What did Cramp say this morning at breakfast? Or did he turn up for breakfast?
Yeah, he did. He did turn up for breakfast. He did turn up for the team meeting, surprisingly, and he was early this morning as well. But I thought we sort of pinpointed South Africa as one of the teams who are similar to us in terms of not having won a game, and this is the game that we really need to step to the party. Like I said, 175 is a target score. If we can get off to a good start, get some points on the board, we still have ambitions of making the top 4.
Very well bowled. Great to chat to you. And thanks for not using any big fancy words with me.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Yep, really good from Samuel Badri. Really good bowling from him as well. And they'll have to chase down the West Indies. 175 from the 20 overs at just under 9 runs per over. Right, we're going to take a quick break. And on the other side will be that run chase.
West Indies won the toss and put South Africa champions into bat. A slow start, but a valuable contribution from Prince, 46 from 35, but Dan Vilas adding 54 runs in the last 3 overs with that partnership with Prince. 44 from just 17 deliveries, and they got to 174. Samuel Badri, 4 overs, 13 runs, that 1 wicket. Really economical bowling in the power play as well. Yasin Mohammed picked up those 2 wickets as well in his 4 overs, just conceding 23. Well, it was Christopher Henry Gayle who won the toss and opted to field first. The South African champions unfortunately started off with Neil McKenzie getting run out. A big hit from Richard Levy favours the onside as well. And then some big blows that were needed. Jacques Kallis was also looking to go big on the onside. Then Richard Levy was looking to get the second run, couldn't make it in time. Direct hit from out in the deep as well. We saw some vintage Jacques Kallis shots as well. And on that occasion, got up with a back face turning in his hand. And then a bit of rain that came, a little rain delay. JP Dumini was looking good, and then he took hamstring. He was hobbling around and he was struggling to find rhythm and looking to go big. And got out. Yasin Mohammed picking up the wicket. And then Tina Best in and out at that opportunity that went begging. And towards the end, John Carter missing that catch as well. Yasin Ontong was looking to go against that angle, top edge, and good catch by Christopher Gayle. Waiting for Vilas to come in and hit some of these fantastic boundaries that were needed by the South Africa champions at that moment in time. 54 runs were added in the last 18 deliveries and got the momentum that the South Africa champions were looking to take back into the mid-innings break as well. And once Vilas was hitting some, and then Ashley Prince also found the fluency that he was looking for. And it's a good total for South Africa champions, 174. And when West Indies champions come out to chase, they need 175 runs at 8.75 runs an over. We'll take a short little break and come right back.
Beautiful Birmingham, hosting us for match 9, day 5 of the World Championships of Legends, and it's South Africa champions versus the West Indies champions, the cellar dwellers, both without a win thus far. Chris Gayle won the toss, wanted to bowl first, and it was a terrible start really for South Africa champions. Neil McKenzie run out without facing. Poor call from Richard Levy, who found some fluency for his 20. Tallis never really got going, nor did JP Duminy. Thankfully for South Africa, Ashwell Prince, 46 not out from 35, and Dane Villas, outstanding innings, 44 unbeaten from 17 balls, gave South Africa very, very useful total indeed. Wicketkeeper, of course, by trade, so you'll see lots of invention, lots of hits down the ground and sweeping, reverse sweeping, scooping. It wouldn't be a wicketkeeper without some invention. Lots of runs behind square. Rocking back and punching Sullivan Ben, who bowled quite slowly today, I thought, through the offside. Excellent from Dane Villas. Very useful contribution. Only recently retired, played a lot of cricket up the M6 for Lancashire, captain Lancashire. Showed his value today. 7 bowlers used. Samuel Badri back to his best. 1 for 13 from his 4. Ashley Nurse, 4 overs, 0 for 25. So spinners once again doing the job. Jason Mohammed, 2 for 23. So very good from the, I call Jason Mohammed a batting all-rounder, but a very canny spinner in his own right. Jason Mohammed's wickets. He's normally stump to stump, operating very, very well. Gets through his overs quickly, short in stature, but he's extremely accurate. Straight up in the air. Good catch from Christopher Henry. Good support for his part-timer. Excellent outing first time around. It's a huge game here in Birmingham. Both sides desperately need a win in match 9. West Indies champions, they'll need 175 off the 20 overs at 8.75. They've got the firepower. They'll need a decent start in the chase. How does the table stack up after yesterday's outstanding win for Pakistan? 3 from 3, Pakistan, we'll see them tonight as well. They're going to play England tonight, so a chance for them to cement their spot in the top 4. Australia have been good. India champions have been pretty good. England very hot and cold, and the 2 at the bottom, they've just been very cold, but one of them might get a bit warmer today. Nikhil Chopra alongside me. It's a pretty decent score. We reckon South Africa have done well to get there in the end.
Without a doubt. And if you saw till the time Dan Villas came onto that batting crease, you probably thought that they'll struggle to get 140 runs on board, but have a look at those last couple of overs. Towards the end of the innings, 54 runs were added in the last 3 overs, thanks to some outstanding batting by Dan Villas as well, with his contribution 44 from 17 deliveries. Well, now the South Africa champions, of course, we'll see. They'll stay in action as well, and they've got the momentum going into that mid-innings break as well. They'll be fancying their chance to defend that total.
Very much so. Both sides will know how important this game is. It's not quite now or never, but it's getting fairly close to it. Now, AD, that shirt's been numbered up overnight. Surely not. He's not going to rewind the clock to the mid-90s when he tore in here for Warwickshire, and Keith Piper behind the stumps was jumping all around. What a bowler. Terrifying sight, I would imagine, when you're standing at the striker's end, watching White Lightning tear in from 30 to 35 yards and bowl 90 mile an hour, and then give you that glare, that spell against Mike Atherton. Still brings back wonderful memories. Atherton just taking blow after blow, but not giving his wicket away. That's what Michael Atherton stood for. Now Jacques Kallis. You'll need to marshal your troops well, because Gayle and Smith are going to come out firing shots here.
Well, Chris Gayle, universe boss, Alan Donald, of course, at 57. Yeah, he's warming up, so we'll probably get to see him bowl at age of 57. Looking to help his team out. He's really very competitive, as is the universe boss. When Smith has got a half century to his name, so this is going to be fun to watch. You got Donald on one side, and then Dale Steyn on the other.
Courtney Walsh is in the country. Maybe should have got Courtney up and had a bit of a bowl off between Donald and Walsh. You'd imagine Dale Steyn would have. Alan Donald, I presume, is probably Dale Steyn's hero. South Africa have 3 subfielders on. Luke McKenzie, which I presume is Neil McKenzie's son. Bilal Baig, who I think is the team manager, and Alan Donald. Alan Donald's last professional match was just over 20 years ago. But I tell you what, look, he's still fit as a flea. Spends a lot of time in Birmingham, travels all around the world coaching, a lot of freelance coaching. I think Richard Levy is keeping wicket. So Dane Villas has obviously injured himself whilst batting, or else he's going to bowl. Now then, Richard Levy behind the pegs.
Yeah, we've had some injury issues with the South Africa champions, and prior to the game starting, we had Herschel Gibbs, and then we saw while batting, JP Duminy was hobbling around with his hamstring injury as well. Issues. Dan Villas as well played really well from a batting point of view, 43, 44 from just 17 deliveries.
Well, they'll be having a look around the Birmingham Premier League. Any South Africans in the Birmingham Premier League, get yourself down to Edgbaston. You might get a cap or two. Neil McKenzie is thankfully okay. He's been stretching those hammies feverishly. But this is the key here. Dale Steyn with the new ball in his hand up against Dwayne Smith and Chris Gayle. Outstanding career. Look at the economy. When you bowl it in the power play and at the back end of an innings under 7. Dwayne Smith's in good form, played really well.
Good to go, guys. We're good to go. Play.
65 for Dwayne Smith, or 46. Gets up and running. Now Chris Gayle needs some runs here. Innings of 2 off 11 against Pakistan, and 14 not out of 17 balls versus India. You feel today is the day. Sunday afternoon. These are the leisurely Saturday. Now it's time for the big man to fire.
It's like we saw some of those vintage shots from Jacques Callis. This man gets in. More than 14,500 runs in his T20 career, best of 175. Dwayne Smith, close to 8,000 runs. Yeah, a couple in the middle of the bat. Lazy elegance. Just pushes it through covers and will take that boundary. Chris Gayle.
Lovely from Christopher Henry. Just leans on one and just pushes it through extra cover. Dale Steyn looking for a bit of swing, and Gayle on the front foot. Just heard him in the stump camera. Nice little loosener, he says. And he's up and running, and slip is out straight away. Reinforcements in the cover region. .22 T20 for Chris Gayle. Next best is Babar Azam with 11. So good effort to try and catch Chris Gayle if you're Babar Azam. Dwayne Smith has 5 T20s.
Well, the number of hundreds that Chris Gayle has got, just one of those batsmen. he gets going, he gets intimidating. Have a look at that cloud cover. And at the end of 5 overs, the West Indian champions need to be at least 33 to register a win without a loss. Beautifully driven by Chris Gayle. Once again, finding the middle of the bat.
Look at this, beautiful. His front foot has gone, I reckon, 5 inches. But the important thing is the body weight is towards the line of the ball. Just shows you don't need to overstride. Slip has been taken out. I think it was too wide. The third is inside the ring, and it's the 4th. Another boundary for Chris Gayle. Intelligent batting from the big Jamaican.
Well, the 3rd boundary from the over as well. Hint with looking to slash hard. 3rd man in the 30-yard circle will take that boundary.
Yeah, one left-hander appreciating another. Change up, split finger, slower ball, I think, from Dale Staines. A good over from the West Indies champions. First one done and dusted, 13 without loss.
Over. Leg away. One leg.
Imran Tahir, leg spinner with an outstanding career behind him. Current captain of the Guyana Amazon Warriors in the CPL, the reigning champions of the CPL. So still playing a lot of very high-level cricket, Imran Tahir, but he's hasn't had a great tournament here thus far. 0 for 37 and 1 for 57. So he's been carted in the 2 games, Imran Tahir. And this is an interesting one. New ball in the power play, especially if there's a bit of rain around. We saw some dark clouds. So maybe Jack Callis thinking, let me go to one of my best bowlers to here, try and get a couple of wickets into power play and get ahead of the West Indies.
Yeah, it's a great move. You throw the ball to one of your best bowlers. Try and pick up a couple of wickets early on, and then on the Duckworth-Lewis system, as soon as you start picking up wickets as well, everything's based on resources. And you pick up a couple of wickets, and the score that you need after 5 overs just keeps climbing. If you don't lose a wicket, it's 34 for West Indies champions to win. And if you lose that 1 wicket, then it becomes 38, and it just keeps climbing on. Imran Tahir, in the tournament so far, I think he's just missed the length. His strength has always been the length.
Chris Gayle has removed the lid. Not going to sweep the ball, Chris Gayle. There's 2 men behind square on the leg side and 2 behind square on the offside, because South Africa know he's not going to sweep the ball. This ball should not be going, will not be going behind square. Well bowled Imran Tahir. It's quite good planning from South Africa, covering that big hit to the leg side. Now Dwayne Smith. Imran Tahir may well go with this googly at the back of the hand and invite the slog sweep, because he'll have protection deep mid-wicket and long on. He's bowled the googly, but short and wide as Smith misses out.
I'm trying to push it outside that off stump and throws it up in the air and get it returned, but it's a new ball in the hands. It's going to skid more. Smith's strength has always been hitting from within the stump.
Richard Levy behind the pegs. I don't think there was an edge on it. I think it's good bowling. He enticed the slog sweep. Richard Levy, let's call him a part-time keeper. Yeah, that's being kind, I think.
Thank you.
Actually, a no ball. That's a no ball. Gloves cannot go in front of the stumps. I'll have a look at that next hour. Richard Levy needs to be careful, because once those gloves go in front of the stumps, that's a no ball. Or your hat, or any part of your body. If it creeps in front of the stumps, it's a no ball. 2 done, 16 without loss. Now let's have a look. Square on. Now look at the gloves. Look at the gloves. In front of the stump. That should be a no ball. Those gloves went in front of the stumps, marginally albeit. That is a no ball.
Lightning.
16 after the first 2. Richard Levy just filling in. Dan Villas injured after that valuable contribution with the bat as well. Interesting point there, Nobby.
Richard Levy probably doesn't know the rules, to be fair, but needs to keep an eye on that. Down leg side. I'm sure that just nipping down leg. Below Shafayat says, yeah, it was close, not close enough.
On the money straight away. Vernon Philander. It was a good length and that hint of movement. First couple of deliveries as a bowler, you want to pitch it in the right sort of area. No real footwork there from Smith. It's a good length.
It's a very good ball for Dwayne Smith. The ball that just nips back into that middle and egg region. 2 straight. Dwayne Smith shimmied away and Vernon Philander tried to follow him, but Dwayne Smith was too good.
What Dwayne Smith said, I'm not going to hang around and just looking to put some pressure and capitalize on that power play as well. He was looking to follow Dwayne Smith, Vernon Philander. Just drifting too far down the leg side. Man standing in the 30-yard circle, short fine leg. Enough bat to beat them.
It was clever batting, it really was, from Dwayne Smith, because Vernon Philander tried to follow, tried to cramp him, and Smith just got a little tickle on it. And now outside edge, does it carry? No. Just short to JP Duminy.
Well, the injured JP Duminy. That's why he couldn't move as swiftly as he would have liked.
Yeah, a fully fit and firing JP Duminy would have taken a step or two in there and grabbed that. Absolutely. Good start here, though, for the West Indies champions. You heard that Samuel Badri, the mid-innings interview, that Chris Gayle was up and about this morning at the team breakfast. He turned up to the team meeting and he gave them some very strong instructions of what was required to rally around the West Indies to keep their tournament alive.
Yeah, both these teams looking to register their first victory. Legends of the game. And of course, Chris Gayle as well. Has done a sort of a quiet tournament. Would want to go out there and get a big score.
Tell you what, he's absolutely timed this out of that. What a beautiful shot. Alan Donald, that cover. White Lightning. Traps it with his chest.
It was struck powerfully. Oh, probably didn't get enough time to move around, but it was powerfully struck.
Well, Alan Donald is saying, what am I doing? I haven't played a game in 20 years. What am I standing at extra cover to Chris Gayle for? Get me a short third. It's a beautiful crunching drive. Yeah, good man, AD. Slower ball, off cutter. He's there. The ball's following him. He does well. Tumbles away to his left. 3 done. Action-packed start. 22 without loss. Tell you, good technique. A little bit like Jordan Pickford in nets for England last night. On the balls of his feet, diving away to his left, tipping it around the post. England in the semi-finals of the Euros up against the Netherlands. That doesn't look great. We're trying to push it away here in the commentary box. We're just blowing it away. It was the googly, it was picked, and it was pumped. Ease my trip. 6 for Christopher Henry Gayle, and the West Indies have the first maximum of the chase.
Right from ball 1, Chris Gayle has been able to find the middle of the bat, even when he's looking to defend the ball. But this time around, it was in the slot, read the googly, full face of the bat. Just the extension of arms. That's the kind of power, even today, Chris Gayle has.
Yeah, he's got to go again. It's in the slots again. Bang! Beautiful, Chris Gayle. What a wonderful shot. It's full, it was inviting, and Gayle doesn't need a second invitation. Ease my trip 6.
Back-to-back 6s. Beautiful extension of the arms. It was in the slot once again. It's raining 6s. Looking to finish this game, at least wait till where they are at the end of 5 overs.
Goes again. There's protection out in the deep. Can't make the ground. Dale Steyn. This is very enjoyable to watch. Chris Gayle finding the middle of that very big, heavy bat that he possesses. They've already passed the no wicket total for the power play, or the 5 overs. If there's rain, 34 without loss will be enough after 5. 45 for 2, they'll need 46 for 2. So to lose 3 wickets, they'll need 53.
And Dwayne Smith says, don't want to take any sort of chances, especially with the run out. Just needs 7 more deliveries to complete the 5 overs.
Oh, that's very close to off stump. Did it just clip that pad on the way through? It did turn, and I think it was turning too much, even if it did deflict the pad. Eventful over, a couple of 6s off it. 35 without loss. A little bit of drift in for Imran Tahir. It may have just flicked the back leg, but it was turning and bouncing. It was never going to hit the stumps. Umpire Sam Hollingshead, very confident. The owners, they're pleading, we need one. Harry needs a pole. We're hoping it's just skirting around Edgbaston. Go away. Shoo, shoo. Slow ball, picked and middled out to Dane Villas, who's fielding and not keeping. Ajay Sethi, the owner of the West Indies champions. Harshit Tomer, the CEO and co-founder of the league. 2 very important people. And Ajay, you're looking a little happier today. Shah Langeveld into the surface.
Yeah, well, the South Africa champions, one as Hari Singh, was looking to try and register their first win in the tournament. Ajay Sethi, the West Indian champions team owner, he's looking for a victory to celebrate with the guys as well. And Ajay Sethi's been around for a very long time. Very good friends with Sir Gary Sobers, Sunil Gavaskar, Kapil Dev. He's a really passionate cricket lover.
Yeah, former owner of St. Lucia Kings in the CPL. Harry Singh, the owner there on the left. South African champions. We're up against it at the moment, though. Hard to see them fighting back here. 37 without loss. West Indies ahead of where they need to be after 5. Slow ball again. Nothing silly from the West Indies. 34 without loss after 5, and West Indies will prevail on the DLS method.
Well, here, if they pick up a wicket, then the score needs to be 39. If not these 2 deliveries, then West Indies, if it rains, register their first victory in the tournament.
If the game is washed. Now, where's Gulbuddin Naib? Who can win an Oscar like Gulbuddin Naib from Afghanistan with the hamstring? Well, Chris Gayle showing all his experience because he knows they're ahead of the game. And now Bilal Shafayat is going to speak to his umpire Sam Hollinghead and say, you know what, it's a bit too wet. Let's get this surface covered for this evening's game. And Chris Gayle and Dwayne Smith have negotiated their first task very, very well indeed. 37 without loss, thanks to some marvellous batting from Chris Gayle, who walks off 28 unbeaten off 17 with 2 towering sixes down the ground off Imran Tahir. A depleted South African side who are pulling in players to subfield left, right and centre. Didn't really threaten there, Nikhil Chopra.
Yep, and for at least Chris Gayle, 28 from 17, 3 boundaries, 2 sixes. And like you mentioned, he was at the team breakfast early in the morning, having a word with the boys as well. We need to register a win for our side as well. So if the game from here on in gets washed out, thanks to Duckworth Lewis system, the West Indies champions are ahead. And for South Africa champions, just injury woes. Once again, the issues, that players getting injured. Unfortunately, JP Duminy today, while batting, injured his hamstring as well. Herschel Gibbs earlier, after the first game, hasn't been able to come out on the park as well. So South Africa champions have struggled a bit. So no real fluency or the rhythm that they're looking to try and get some sort of performances. We're looking to chase down 175. Smith and Chris Gayle batted really well, especially Chris Gayle, finding the middle of the bat every single time. Even when he was looking to defend the ball, found the middle of the bat.
Very good from Chris Gayle. That was his first ball he faced. Just stroked through the covers and got another half volley. He said, thank you very much, I'm not going to miss out. Picks the googly and bashes it down the ground for a very big 6 and then goes up and over extra cover. The power of the man. Composure to pick the right ball and deal with it. Very good from 333, Universe Boss. Happy dressing room right now. A decent job so far. Unfortunately, there is some steady drizzle that we get in the UK from time to time. Some dark clouds, but a lot of the dark clouds have actually gone over to the right hand side. So Dale Steyn picked up the new ball and he got topped for a couple of lovely cover drive boundaries from Chris Gayle. Imran Tahir was expensive. He's been expensive all tournament, Imran Tahir, much to everyone's surprise. It's match 9 here in Birmingham, World Championship of Legends. South Africa champions did well in the end to get the 174 for 5 thanks to Ashwell Prince, 46 unbeaten, and Dane Villas, excellent, 44 off just 17. Samuel Badri back to his best, 1 for 13. West Indies in reply, 37 without loss, and they are ahead on the DLS method if we don't get any more rain. Double headers, of course, here, day in, day out. We're going to bring you a cracker this evening. England champions who are 1 from 3 up against Pakistan champions who are 3 from 3. That's going to be 4:30 local time, all being well. So potentially not too far away from KP up against Yunus Khan and co. Okay, we're going to take a quick break and have a nice cup of tea and warm up the insides. We'll be back soon, hopefully with some live action.
The sun is shining at Edgbaston and play will resume. We're off and running once again. Dale Steyn is in for the much depleted South African side. They're a hospital ward full of injuries called a dressing room. Meanwhile, Chris Gayle has been going along very nicely indeed. South Africa 174 for 5. Ashwell Prince, a very well compiled 46 not out. Dane Villas 44 not out from just 17 balls. And Chris Gayle is going along here, leading the charge. Still to come here this evening. Well, should be starting in 20 minutes. Should be England, Pakistan. Dwayne Smith has been watchful in this innings. He's been quite prepared to let Chris Gayle take the attack to this South African side. Gayle is striking at 161. Dwayne Smith striking at 73. Very different innings from the big burly Barbadian. 11 from 15 for Dwayne Smith. But I wouldn't think that Dwayne Smith will leave it like this for too long. He doesn't like to be, doesn't like to loiter. It's to get stuck in.
He prefers the leg side as well, doesn't he? You know that with him. You just look at his grip. He's just waiting for anything that's straight, anything that's short, so he can pull away to the leg side. Oh!
Dale Steyn is down, but he's not out. He's just caught his spikes there.
Yeah, it's just one of those times where you think he's just caught his. You're right about that. It's just that back foot. It brings back horrendous memories for myself, Alan, because unfortunately I broke my ankle doing that early on in my career. Thankfully, that hasn't happened to Dale Steyn. We don't want any more injuries to anybody.
I know it's the back foot as well, but that front foot caught the surface before it should have landed at least 15 inches. Look at that front foot. It hasn't gone, it hasn't extended. That front foot hasn't gone to the front crease.
He's never really had a big stride anyway in his delivery stride. He's always had his feet really short together. So a little bit like Malcolm Marshall. He had a very small delivery stride. Just stretching out that quad muscle.
It's the most horrible feeling. Watch that front foot. Watch Dale Steyn's front foot here. Should extend. He's just caught his back leg and it hasn't gone anywhere. And that's why that could have been horrible. It could have been a smashed knee. And he's done really well to finish that over. 6 overs gone, 42 without loss. It might have been 42 without Dale Steyn.
No, I kicked myself. Straight down.
Under the power play.
What did you do?
As I jumped, I kicked my... Because I'm not galloping like I used to.
Thankfully he's okay. 42 without loss. Power play done. 6 overs. So the bowlers will be allowed a few more fielders out. They have to keep 4 in the circle, including obviously the bowler and Richard Levy, the keeper.
Charles Langerfeldt bowled a pretty decent first over, just conceded 2 runs. But the South Africans, well, they are literally a side of walking wounded, or shall I say wounded walking, whichever way you look at it. They're struggling. Dwayne Smith still struggling here. 12 from 18 for the big fella. Jacques Kallis won't bowl. He has had back problems over the years, and I don't think he wants to ruin his golf swing. He's a mighty fine golfer down there in Cape Town in the Western Cape. Cracked away. Now that's more like Dwayne Smith. Alan Donald out there didn't have a, Danny LaRue didn't have a clue where it went.
I think he just said he didn't pick it up. You're right. Alan Donald just out there, because as you say, they've had that many injuries. He just couldn't pick it up. You might have to have a game, Alan, with your, you know, history with South Africa. You might have to get your whites on, or your greens on.
My green and yellows, my green and gold. The frightening thing is that these two, particularly Chris Gayle and Dwayne Smith, can hit the ball as hard as anyone in this tournament. And if you get in the way of one of these smashed drives, you could do some damage. Ajay Sethi on the left there is the owner of the West Indies champions. Biggest score of the tournament we got last night from Pakistan. 243 for 4 Pakistan amassed last night.
Do you know how many sixes was hit yesterday, Alan?
41.
In how many balls? 444.
444. That's 1 every 10 balls.
Well, ish. Very good.
Yeah, I got O-level maths, let me tell you, Dominic York.
Was it O-levels then, or City and Guilds?
No, just about O-levels. Yeah, look at that scorecard. Kamran Akmal batted magnificently for that 77. Shahjil Khan 72. Sohaib Maqsood 51 from 26, and Shoaib Malik 25. RP Singh. Now all the bowlers picked up some wickets, but 243 for 9. Blown away, India were. Smashed imperiously by Dwayne Smith.
52 without loss.
Excellent tournament, loving it. Loving all the cricket, supporting all the teams. We're all doing well. You guys local? Yes, from Birmingham, just up the road, Sparkhill. Come on, boys. Let's enjoy a good game of cricket. Leave the rain to stay away. Good day out for the kids as well. They're loving it.
Well, Jacques Kallis, well, this is something of a surprise. He's been quite forthright in saying that he wouldn't bowl, but the captain is standing up for his troops. Now, Jacques Kallis, that run up is a little shorter than it was in his prime. Chris Gayle says, Kallis, have some of that. I'll ease my trip for a 6.
Callis, who, as you say, is his first bowl in the competition. Just trying to get it down there. Unfortunately, you've got somebody called Christopher Henry. Nearly got one of our camera operatives. Very close to Matt down there, I think is on the slips camera. One of the slips camera had to just take evasive action. Look at him. Just got to go a bit lower, mate. Bit lower. Matt, get down. This is it. It's coming towards you. Wow.
Well done, Matt. Well done. Got to say that our camera lads are doing a great job, because the ball is flying around this stadium. So well done to all of you who are following the ball. Oh, Jacques Callis has got a little bit of rhythm going here now. Well, you know, sometimes we talk about the old days, and there we are feeling nostalgic watching the legends. Well, I'll just say this, nostalgia is not what it used to be.
See you properly, yeah? Thank you very much.
I'm still waiting for this great line that you've just teased us with.
Let's just watch Jacques Callis here, rolling back the years. Now, you would have played a fair bit of cricket against Jacques Callis.
I think I played in his first test match. I can't be 100% certain. I think it was 1995, England's first tour back to South Africa when apartheid was lifted. In the winter here of 95, the summer in South Africa. I'm sure that was Jacques Callis's first test series.
Smashed. Stop that one. Ashwell Prince out there. 8 gone, 63 for no wicket.
McDainty. Coming around to you, Chris.
West Indies going along very nicely here. 63 for no wicket. The same stage, South Africa had struggled to 51 for 3. Now, those of you in South Africa may be watching this telecast. We'll look at the great Brian Charles, Lara. His new book is coming out.
I thought you were going to say that Tony Gregg done the way you went telecast.
Well, only one man, Neil Mackenzie. Now, his father Kevin bowled a little, but that was not very effective. Sorry, Kevin, if you're watching this. There we are. Dad. Well, it was incredible how the great Tony Gregg, you know, we say it's a broadcast or it's a cricket or it's a match that's on, and he would just call it the telecast. He had his way of saying it. Tony Gregg. A.W. Gregg. Well, we've got another South African representative been going down. Oh, that could be, I think that might well be Neil Mackenzie's son. I think that's a young Mackenzie. Yeah, in fact, I'm convinced it is. Could be Luke Mackenzie, I think it is. There you go. Well done, Luke. Good to have you with us. And I'm not sure if he bowls a bit. Don't think he would be allowed to.
Well, his dad doesn't.
Oh, it's nipping everywhere, Knackers.
I don't know that because I played with him as overseas and then also as a normal player over here.
Stay one back.
As a cold pack player, normal player, it's a cold pack player, so he played a lot for Hampshire. I've not seen him bowl.
Well, I don't think Hampshire saw him bowl. I don't think anyone.
Well, I was captain and I certainly wouldn't want him to bowl.
Well, they're struggling here. Just think about...
What about AD? Surely just let him have a bowl. Just one ball, just to see that run up. In the air, he's going to get a wicket. And his son's going to take it. Caught son, bowled dad.
The mighty Mackenzies have made it a father and son reason to celebrate. How good is that? And Kevin Mackenzie, if you're watching back in Johannesburg, your lad and your grandson have done a great job here at Edgbaston. Well, he steadied himself, hands high above the eye line. A good catch. And Neil Mackenzie, well done, lad. And he's got a good one as well. Dwayne Smith's gone for 22, and the West Indies are 65 for 1. Well, all smiles as the Mackenzie family have made their mark. Well, the thing is, you see, umpire, this is how I bowled that. I did this with a lot of tweak, and I lulled Dwayne Smith into a false shot. I knew my lad would take it. He didn't want to spill that.
Well, he wasn't watching his dad earlier on in a couple of games earlier because he's put 2 clangers down. So thankfully his son took it.
That's too late. Thank you. On the field? Who? Shark, yeah.
Just had the official figures for Neil Mackenzie from Nick Miller. And he has just said that in 738 first-class matches, just matches, all matches, he's picked up 16 wickets. Oh, he might have picked up another, has he? No, he hasn't. Umpire says not having that, it's a wide.
I'm just going to have a look at it. Chadwick Walton is the new batter. Let's have a look. Does Richard Levy do a little bit of quick work with his hands? You have to keep your hands, remember, behind the stumps now. Does he take this in front? It's close. It's not out.
Don't search.
Not out.
4.
Just nibble it, Naka, nibble it.
Just too wide, too short. Come on, Mac. Picked up a wicket. Don't lose it now in this over. Close the over. That's nothing more than practice for Chadwick Walton.
Straighter.
It's bowled well. just trying to identify who's on the field for South Africa and who's off it.
Well, there's two fielders, obviously sub-fielders. One's Donald, and one is obviously Mackenzie's, and Luke Mackenzie, who's Neil's son.
Go on, umpire. Go on, umpire. Oh, they all want that. It's pitching outside leg stump. But what a moment. 9 gone, 71 for 1.
Let's have a look at it. What do you think? Outside it's outside. It's a good decision outside. Keeper was outside as well.
It's all smiles out there. I think Chris Gayle's asking, who is out here? What South Africans are here with numbers, with players' names on their back? Right, this one here, big shout. It's pitched outside leg stump. Umpire was not interested. They wanted that big time, and they weren't going to get it. It's Jacques Kallis. It's wide. Some decent pace there from Jacques Kallis. Bit of bounce. That's squirted away for 4. It's a very big bat that Chris Gayle uses, and once he gets something on it, this is one of the biggest bats, one of the heaviest bats in the modern game, in any game. It's always been a big bat.
Yep, he's always had heavy and thick edges. Keeps close to 3 pounds, which is maybe over 3 pounds. Most batters round about 210, 2 pound 10 ounces. His is over 3 pounds at least. It's like a railway sleeper. It's massive.
Some runs saved. South Africa have got to believe that they're going to win this match. Neil Mackenzie saving the boundary. They're going along at under 8 and over here at West Indies, and they're needing nearly 10. Part-time bowlers are doing the full-time job for the Pro-tier legends. It's going to be another delivery for Jacques Kallis. Won't get a single there. So 10 overs have been bowled. It is 79 for 1. Umpire said we'll have a timeout and drinks.
Let's go grab a drink. Bro, we on?
West Indies champions needed 96 runs off the 10 overs, the 60 deliveries. The universe boss not out 46. Now that's a memory that you'd want forever etched and leaves an indelible impression. Neil Mackenzie bowled and caught Luke Mackenzie. Now that's a memory to have at the Edgbaston. And thanks to Ease My Trip, the World Championship of Legends, you got that memory. How good is that, Nal?
Yeah, it must be a lovely feeling for both father and son. You wouldn't want to drop it off your old man, or else you'd be walking back to the hotel.
Flighted delivery. And just a reaction on that occasion, Neil Mackenzie with Chris Gayle. He's looking to purchase a wicket. Doesn't bowl too often, but thanks to a couple of injuries in the squad that they have, he has to come out and bowl.
Well, there's about 5 or 6 cranes over the screen there, and that's where Chris Gayle was trying to hit that ball. And just to give you a bit of context, they're about 200 meters away from the stadium, so that's how far Chris Gayle thought that ball should have been hit. About 300 meters.
High and handsome and into the stands. Had all the time in the world. Chadwick Walton just capitalizing on that short ball with that Ease My Trip 6.
Beautiful shot from Chadwick Walton. Picking up the length really, really well here, the West Indies champions wicketkeeper batter, and then pumping it long into the crowd. That's brilliant. Great batting. Superb here from the West Indies. The right hand, left hander combining so well. Cruising 86 for 1. Haven't had much to cheer about in the first couple of games, the West Indies champions fans, but the sun is out and the fans are happy. The boys from the Caribbean.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up for the little spectator. And all in anticipation for the evening game that's coming up as well. The England champions versus the Pakistan champions. Well, the times changed a bit thanks to a bit of rain that we had in the first game that is underway now as well. England champions won that one game against the South Africa champions. The Pakistan champions, 3 out of 3 and on a roll.
Yeah, they've been superb. Yunus Khan, Pakistan, bat, ball, field, commitment has been spot on for Pakistan. They've not put a foot wrong so far, but England, they'll need a win there. They really will need a win, England, to try and get themselves up the ladder. Australia have been excellent. Brett Lee, I think, has done a marvellous job marshalling his troops. A lot of firepower and plenty of variety in their bowling attack. India champions will be thereabouts, Nickel. They've got a lot of ability as well.
Without a doubt. And now we've seen the England champions with one innings from Phil Mustard. Kevin Peterson's has a quiet tournament as well. He'd be raring to go. We've got Chris Gayle in this game, closing in on a half century. So you've got all your legends getting into the act. Gurpreet Mann for the India champions got some runs. Yuvraj Singh hit a few in the middle of the bat. Suresh Rana got a half century as well. So it's all about picking up those 2 points and looking to qualify. That'll be 4. Really nicely timed off the back foot by Chadwick Walton.
Dan, let Luke stay there.
Gets past Dane Villas, who's actually injured. That's why he's not keeping wicket, and he's sprawling around like a teenager there. And I think he may have done himself a bit more damage. He's showing commitment to the colours. He's obviously nursing a fairly sore body. That's why Richard Levy is donning the gloves.
Neil McKenzie is trying to pick up a wicket. Number 2 here, you still need 9 and over. If you can try and squeeze 1 wicket, maybe Chris Gayle and a couple of wickets, then some pressure. You still need 84.
You're not asking for much, are you? Just squeeze a couple of wickets and get Chris Gayle out for a bloke who never bowls.
Well, at least you've got the golden arm. Well, you got Dwayne Smith, didn't he? We'll have to reload on that one.
It was an interesting action there from Neil McKenzie. Not sure if he was trying for maybe a little bit of a sun on the Rhine, potentially. Looked like he just tried to flick one out the front of his hand. Definitely wasn't going above the eye line to Chris Gayle.
Oh, Knuckles, that's just hard length.
Chris Gayle will take that single, keep strike. And that's the end of the 11th over, 93 for 1.
It's actually odd. And he doesn't hit the ball down the ground.
The India champions taking on the Australia champions, and change of venue for evening 4:30, and we'll be coming live to you from Northampton. Your country?
It's not my country. I live in that county, yeah, Northamptonshire, we call it, the Shire. I don't live in Northampton itself. No disrespect to the people who live in Northampton, down centre, but I live in the countryside. Oh, more than welcome, over. It's an open invite, open door policy at the O'Brien household.
Imran Tyat into the attack and just worked away on the onside. Chris Gayle will take that second and will get to his 50 as well. Strike rate of 150, 3 sixes in that as well. Beck smiles. Well, he had breakfast with the team this morning. wanted to try and register a win. Big smile with that 50 with Chris Gayle.
Well, we felt he had to come to the party soon, and he has today. Lovely, lovely half century. 3 big sixes. A couple off Imran Tahir were glorious in the power play.
Off the back foot with all the time in the world, and that's the power of the universe boss. Ease my trip. 6, and eased it into the stands.
Brilliant from Chris Gayle. It's a poor ball from Tahir again, and he just launches it. Incredible stats for Imran Tahir in this tournament. He's been absolutely smashed. That's a wonderful, wonderful hit. Imran Tahir in this tournament, 0 for 37 off 3, 1 for 57 off 4, and today 0 for 25 from 2.3. This is a bowler that is captain of the Guyana Amazon Warriors in the CPL, the reigning champions, and he's getting smoked. He'll probably go to the CPL now and get 20 wickets and be the leading wicket taker.
And I've just been told by a stats man, stats guru, Nick, that he's been hit for 9 sixes.
He might be hit for a few more before today's out. The way he's bowling, Chris Gayle's not going to pat him back much. I think Chris Gayle probably wants to get back to the hotel now.
Slow ball, Imran Tahir with that appeal, pleading to the umpire. Literally pleading. He beat him in flight, and Imran Tahir said he probably had his man. Now that appeal from Imran Tahir.
Well, I reckon that was very close to being out, and I reckon it's very close to something else as well. This is pitching in line, not spinning a great deal. That's pretty close to no back, Chris Gayle. He's intimating that it's hit the bat. I don't think so. And Imran Tahir is smashing the ground. Just shows how much he still wants to take wickets. He's livid. Well, I reckon that was probably out, Nikhil Chopra. I think that was very close to an LBW, and I reckon that didn't turn a great deal. It pitched in line. I reckon it was just going on to probably middle and leg.
It was in the slot, and you got that sense. If it in the slot, Chris Gayle is going to dispatch it for 6. There's the 10-6 of Imran Tahir. 110 for 1.
Chuntering. Googly again. Every time he goes for the googly, I reckon Chris Gayle prefers hitting Imran Tahir's googly for 6 as opposed to his leg spinners. It seems like every time Tahir's gone for the googly against Chris Gayle, he's preferred that to try and go big as opposed to the leg spinner. So I think the leg spinner maybe just turns back in and cramps Chris Gayle a little bit.
Plenty of ease my trip 6s in this innings as well. 6 in the innings so far. Have a look at this flighted delivery. Once again, found the middle of the bat. Ease my trip 6, Chris Gayle. And Chris Gayle, as long as he's out there in the middle, he'll keep entertaining you like that.
Sunday evening beckons for Chris Gayle in Birmingham. If you're in the area, keep an eye out, because he'll probably be out this evening, Chris Gayle, I'd imagine. Out for a celebratory lemonade. Likes to celebrate victories and innings of note in style, in grand style, and West Indies marching on here in the chase, eyeing up their first 2 points of the comp.
Warden Philander only just bowled that 1 over and conceded 6 runs. Chris Gayle's also looking to take singles and keep strike with him. So that he can do that with just one hand. Ease my trip. The 6 sails over the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Ah, that's a good ball, mate.
Lovely. Absolutely. The power of the man. Just one hand will do. Watching a bit of Wimbledon at the moment, and this was a little bit like Goran Ivanisevic back in the day. Big, tall southpaw.
Six sixes for Chris Gayle so far. Well, he made up his mind that he wants to play a big innings. He says, well, representing the West Indies champion and also looking to lead from the front. 53-run partnership of just 30 deliveries thanks to Chris Gayle. And right from ball one, it was as if he was switched on. Looking to read the bowler's strategies, looking to be a step ahead. Catch it was the call, but it was dispatched in style by Chadwick Walton. Another ease my trip 6 down the leg side.
147 sixes for the tournament. Philander back in the attack and getting pummeled, getting the same treatment as all the other seamers for the South Africa champions. Just 51 to win.
$14 from that over. It's 124 for 1.
Go, Levy. Finish, man. Good finish, boy.
The comparisons from the two sides, and all of a sudden with the number of sixes that Chris Gayle has hit and Chadwick Walton, you can see the worm really rising, keeping in control of that run chase. Now they just need 7.2, 9 and over from here on in. And, you know, with Chris Gayle, with the kind of mood that he's in, he finds a few more in the slot. He'll be looking to finish this game off early, and you got an opportunity for the net run rate improvement as well.
Spot on. Really important for that, maybe potentially for that 4th spot. It could be a net run rate job, so if Chris Gayle and Chadwick Walton can get this done and maybe another 14 or 15 balls, give them a real boost.
That should be close. That should be close. There's a slow ball from Shah Langeveld, and Chris Gayle played all over it.
Very, very good bowling, Shah Langeveld. He took the pace right and just doesn't get to Chris Gayle. That's right in front, bang in front. Even with the angle, it's going to go on to middle and leg, and Shah Langeveld, who was always an excellent bowler with slower balls and Yorkers, and Chris Gayle, thank you for the entertainment today. That was wonderful. 70 or 40. Strolls off to warm applause. 124 for 2.
Chris Gayle played really well for a 70 from just 40 deliveries. Controlling that run chase, chasing down 175. It was a real good delivery. Well disguised slow ball by Sean Langenfeld. Just completely misread the pace on that occasion. Carter, the new man in, Jonathan Carter. 1,528 runs to his name. Strike rate of 106 and the best of 111 not out. Well, with the kind of start that Chris Gayle has given, obviously there's no real sort of pressure on that middle order as well. Needs 7.5 and over.
There is a degree of pressure, Nikhil, to keep the rate up. Different kind of pressure because the win is nearly sealed. Plum LB. Great bowling. Ball actually rolled onto the stumps as well. Saw one yesterday. Clattering the leg stump and the bails not fall off. That was a good decision. Holling's from Bath.
Once again, just probably kept low, or is that really well disguised slower ball. It probably didn't bounce as much as, of course, Jonathan Carter expected.
I just felt going down leg side, and you just saw Charles Langeveld hint to the umpire. Was it going down, umps? Just felt from this ball slightly different. Yeah, Carter's further down the pitch, talking maybe a foot and a half than Chris Gayle. So it's got a little bit further to travel, and I think I'm agreeing with the umpire.
It's that wide. It's an interesting release because Chris Gayle didn't pick it up, and I felt that maybe that particular delivery, the previous one, just kept slightly low, and every single time that he's looking to bowl that change of pace, not getting any sort of bounce. All day yesterday, all day today, we haven't seen any delivery keep low. It's been a phenomenal batting track.
He held a couple of those very deep in his hand, Charles Langeveld. Always had a very good change of pace. Just keep an eye on that grip. Where's that? It's deep in his fingers at the moment. That's a pace on. Good fielding. Brilliant. Excellent from Dane Villas. He hasn't given up for South Africa. Good to see the commitment and desire is still there.
Yeah, great effort. We had a phenomenal time out with the bat. 44 of 70. Full of energy after that innings. Look at the push for the second as well. Have to set for one. 14 gone, 125 for 2. Have a look at the comparison. Chris Gayle getting out, and that one just slightly dipped a bit, but still well ahead of the asking run rate. And that's where you want to be, looking to chase down 175, making sure that you give your side enough time for some of the middle order batsmen to come out, and they don't need to worry about going after the bowling from ball one. Langeveld picked up that wicket, and also Neil Mackenzie.
How do they get 6 overs out of that motley crew? Verlander's got a couple, Langeveld's got 1, so there's 3 overs. Dale Steyn, will they use his 2? Will they go back to Tahir maybe? With the new man at the crease and Jonathan Carter. Now that Gayle has gone, will they go back to Tahir? Will they trust him and try and say, Imi, come on. You've had a disappointing day, but we know you can pick up 2. Might be a risk worth taking, I think, for Jacques Callis.
slow ball, great length. Absolutely, you're looking to pick up wickets, because if West Indies champions look to bat the entire 20 overs, they'll be running away with the game. This is your time. Maybe the next over to Imran Tahir.
Just pitching outside leg. I just think West Indies have to be a little bit careful here, Nico, because without Chris Gayle's power, if a couple of overs go past here at, I don't know, call it 5 or 6 and over, or 7 or 8 and over, all of a sudden it might get a bit squeaky at the back end. That was good a position as they are in right now, the West Indies, and they are dominating, don't get me wrong. They just don't want to open the door here for South Africa and let them in.
Well, that's the beauty about the 120 ball format. Pick up a couple of wickets and the game changes its course really quickly. I completely agree. And this is the time when, like, batsmen need to find their rhythm, their fluency, a couple in the middle of the bat. Same way the bowler Imran Tahir picks up a wicket in the last over for the next coming up games as well, grows in confidence. He looked like a different bowler. Happy with just rotating on strike. Yeah, when you need close to 9 in over, you can do that for an over or 2. Because then that asking run rate is going to creep up to 10, close to 11. Then you need to get minimum 2 hits to the fence. And that's the time maybe South Africa will feel that there's an opportunity to pick up a wicket or 2. They still have lots of batting. They've still got the power of Ashley Nurse in there as well. Run the first one hard and will complete the second one as well. That's his good running. Oh, I hope that hasn't hit him inside that pad. That's where the open knee is. Oh, let's have a look. This underarm that Imran Tahir. I mean, the inside part of the knee.
Yeah, the law changed recently in the ICC for a throw that comes in from the deep, and if it hits the batter's bat or body and goes over the rope, it's not 4 overthrows anymore. I think Ben Stokes World Cup final. If that happened today or moving forward, that would not be the same result.
Crunch down past Aylstein. Just get the one. 5 from the over, 130 for 2.
Oh! 5 overs left then, 45 from the final 30 deliveries. Gayle with that 70 is seen West Indies on the brink of their first win. It's not been easy for South Africa with all the injuries, and there's still that game to come. England versus Pakistan. Match 10. England looking for another win, their second. Pakistan looking to be unbeaten, having had that massive win against India yesterday. Vernon Philander, change of ends. Waqar Younis joins me for this last 5 overs. It's not been easy for South Africa with all the injuries.
Yeah, tough going. But when you have back-to-back matches and there's always a question mark on the fitness, and then you know, not played for a long time, and suddenly you're asked to come and run on those hard surfaces. You know, you can have hamstring issues, calf issues, and that's what they they're having. They didn't have like a big injury. They didn't pull anything, but it's just the stiffness, the cramping. It's not easy once you have those cramps and you got to carry on. They're quietly sneaking in South Africa since Gayle is dismissed. Things are going a little quiet.
Love to see this man bowl. Would seriously love to see. You think about classic actions, beautiful fast bowlers actions. You had one Waqar Younis, that man had another.
You were not bad.
I wasn't fast. I wish I had your 2 pace. No, I was 80 miles an hour.
On a given day, you know, I remember you could just zip through at times.
Chance. Can he catch?
He caught it. I thought it was Alan Donald under there. But Phyllis picking up a catch, batted superbly in the first inning and bringing his team back in the game.
Yeah, he just swapped Alan Donald. He'd gone from mid-on to extra cover. Dame Villas, we've gone down to long on. Normally see him with the gloves on. Not today. Richard Levy has taken the gloves. And South Africa have another wicket. Carter gone for 6, 1, 3, 2 for 3. So a little bit of pressure on the West Indies now, having lost those 3 wickets. It looked all comfortable with Gayle at the crease. They're still, I'm sure, quite chilled in there. They require 43 from 27. Ashley Nurse, good player, good all-rounder. Thankfully he's out here because he did drop one late on in that innings of South Africa, and we thought he'd hurt his back.
What South Africa has done well is they mix their pace nicely. They bowl quite a few slow deliveries. Out! Magnificently taken. Had a tough series so far with the ball in hand, but Philander on that occasion taking a beautiful catch in his follow-through.
Well, he was wicketless until 2 balls ago. And now he's got 2 in 2. Ashley Nurse just tries to punch it back. Simple catch for Vernon Philander. And they have enjoyed that. They have enjoyed that. He's on a hat-trick.
I love the way they started whistling. Yeah. They haven't won the game yet, but they have a moment where they can enjoy. Ashley Nurse gone first ball duck. It's 132 for 4.
Hat-trick delivery then for Vernon Philander. Hadn't taken a wicket in the competition. 2 games, no wickets. He's gone back-to-back, and he has a chance here to be the first bowler in the World Championship of Legends to get a hat-trick. Kirk Edwards is a new batter.
We're into the, what, 3rd or 4th day. We should be seeing a hat-trick here. This is the first wicket. Philander, second one, just nipping back and played it a little too early. Ashley Nurse and straight into the hands of a bowler. Philander, here we go, hat-trick. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just slipping down. Did a little bit too much. Wow, that wasn't a bad delivery. Just needed a little bit more toward offside.
Just got to get it straight, haven't you? If you've got a chance of taking a hat-trick, you've got to get it straight. Give yourself the opportunity. Get it straight, Vernon. But they've got themselves back in the game. 43 from 25 now, and there's a spring in the step. You can see that South Africans were dead and buried in a way when Chris Gayle was there. Then back-to-back wickets from this man. Can he get another one?
And Koki, you see a different energy in the West, in their side. This is a slow delivery. Excellent over. Magnificent over. 2 off it. It's 132 for 4.
On 32 for 4 then. Back-to-back wickets from Vernon Philander, and all of a sudden, yep, maybe a little bit worried. You see that worm just starting to plummet, starting to join where that South African one increased towards the end, thanks to Ashwal Prince and Dame Vilas. Imran Tahir. He's been expensive, and he still is going to be expensive. Eased for an ease my trip 6.
Pressure released. Imran Tahir not at his best. Once again, floating it up really close to the batter. He wasn't going to miss out on that. That was in the arc. In the arc, out of park.
No 4s today off Imran Tahir's bowling. 5 6s. Better length from Tahir.
South Africa legends, they have to keep on taking wickets. They've got to keep that pressure on, and also make sure that the inner circle fielders got to come closer. Don't let them take those easy singles. These next 4 deliveries from Imran Tahir are very, very crucial.
Big shout, big shout, big shout. Hits him maybe about middle and leg, but is it missing Waqar Younis?
It pitched outside the off stump actually, but because it was a googly, it turned sharply and it was going down the leg side. Good umpiring.
A little premeditated sweep. Just gets a little bit of bat on it. Tahir has always got his hands in the air. He's always looking for ways to get a wicket. He's been round so long, so many teams this man has played in. 72 teams.
72. Okay.
It's a lot of teams. I think it's round about 50. I was just being sarcastic then. What a beautiful shot that is. It is about 50 teams, franchises and county teams and minor county teams.
The owners were really excited and very, very happy just before this over actually. The first ball went for 6 and this was too quick. Way too quick. You're giving the pace, and this man, Ajay Sharma, he is a little nervous.
Expensive over. Just should be 1 to finish. 13 from it. 17 overs are done. 145 for 4. Tahir done 4 overs, none for 46. 23 teams, T20 teams Tahir has played for. The most, 33. Tassara Pereira, 33, just T20 teams.
But what did you say? You said 73, is it?
Yeah, I was sarcastic.
Just 50 more.
I was just being sarcastic.
I know.
Well, I'm saying that it'll be more than that because he's played first-class cricket. He's played for Lancashire. He's played for minor counties cricket. He's played for Staffordshire. I know that. So there's other teams. He's obviously played a lot in South Africa and in Pakistan.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
First-class teams.
I was going to say that.
I reckon we're getting over 30, 40 teams throughout his career.
I know you're trying to make sense what you said, but
yeah, it's a lot.
It's still not there yet.
Told myself a million times not to exaggerate.
But you can't help yourself. 28 required of 16. Avoid those boundaries. Make sure you stay back on the boundary and also make sure that they don't run too.
Well, you know, these next 4 deliveries, if Langeveld can just stop the boundary, then all of a sudden then he can just put a bit more pressure on the West Indies. So this next ball, what are you looking to do, Charles? Full, straight, slow, and out of the park. Eased with Ease My Trip 6.
Ajay Sethi there, the owner of the West Indies side, excited. Didn't see a smile on his face for a bit, but now he can relax and chill a bit. This was in the arc again. Patrick Walton is such a clean hitter of the cricket ball. We got this big game coming up after this. Pakistan versus England, the second game of the afternoon.
And just to remember, obviously that second game should have started already, should have started at 4:30. That is obviously coming up as soon as we can get it going. I think here, England champions up against the unbeaten Pakistan champions, and there is a few coming for that as well. Starting to build up. Lovely afternoon in Birmingham. Nice warm afternoon. Well, warm for Birmingham.
It's the mornings and early afternoon. There's a bit of issue here in this tournament so far. Few showers but around about 2 o'clock and after that you do get good sunshine. I hope there is no more rain. We want to have a really good game. He's finishing it quickly. He means business. 17 of the over. 162 for 4. Lovely sound of that bat right from the screws. Clean.
"17 from that last over, then comfortable now. 13 from 12 off these last couple of overs. Gayle really the pick with that in this run chase. 70 from 40. Chadwick Walton 46 from 24. Quickest half century so far in the competition. 21 balls. Aaron Finch, Australia.
There was a little period where we thought that South Africa might sneak in when Chris Gayle got out and a wicket on a very first ball from Falenda. But that last over took the wind out of it, isn't it?
It looked like there was just a little bit of reverse swing there. He's obviously just got a couple just to come back. Is this reverse? Slightly reversing.
Can't believe you get excited when you see.
I love any reverse swing and swing. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Why not back in the days when it was, you know, 90s, early 90s, mid 90s? You guys never liked it.
No, I know. We just didn't understand it.
You didn't know that.
Chance, is it? Is it a chance? No. Jacques Kallis tried. I think that was the thing, Wako. We just didn't understand anything about reverse swing. We were constantly trying to shine it for normal swing, and then we were thinking, hang on, what's happening? It's not actually swinging, it's slightly going in. So we'd turn it around and think we'd bowl an in swing, and what's going on?
Well, the world should be thankful to Pakistan, isn't it? We gave a skill which definitely you need, and it's a major part of cricket now, of fast bowling. We all talk about it, and it feels really great, because I feel in this modern day cricket, when there is nothing for the fast bowler, and if that art, that if someone knows that well, we saw Bumrah the other day in the World Cup final, you know, bowling those beautiful in-swingers and then the cutters. You know, I think that art is there to stay, and I think one should not really criticize it. And I know that sometimes people talk about it, how it's done, how it's not done, but I think it's a great art, and if you're good at it, it's a weapon for fast bowlers.
And for any viewers out there, we used to play in a series against not just Pakistan where we had two balls, the reader and the Duke. The Dukes would swing normally, the readers would reverse. You'd have a toss-up at the beginning of the series. Pakistan would normally win it and get the reader. Series done. Lovely shot.
I never understood why. I don't know the politics behind it, why readers and Duke was the option given to Pakistan, because England were too good when Duke was used, but story behind it I don't know. But yeah, readers really suited us because the leather comes out very, very quickly. It was a softer ball and it stays low and skids also. So, you know, you gave it to us in a pocket. So you can only blame yourself. 7 off the over, 169 for 4, and Walter getting a 50 of 28, 178.57 strike rate.
Six from 6 then for West Indies to open their accounts in the Ease My Trip World Championship of Legends Tournament 2024. South Africa not looking good. They need something special from one of the best, Dale Steyn. Can he?
It seemed like that it is a West Indies game to win from here, but funny things happens in T20 cricket. You lose wicket at the wrong time. Doesn't matter how many wickets you got in hand. It's the timing. If you lose wicket wrong time, things can turn around very quickly. So the first delivery, first 2 deliveries may be very crucial. You can wrap up very quickly, or we might be there for a big treat. No, the treat is only given by Bolton. Little too short from Dale Steyn, and dealt it with another 6. Magnificent cricket played by West Indies today. I just said he over the moon. A very, very happy man. He was little worried. Now he can ease, he can relax, and relax can this team. Chris Gayle very happy, batted really well. So West Indies on the board.
Yeah, first win in 3 games for South Africa. Well, played 3, lost 3. There's still a lot of smiles, a lot of enjoyment to be back playing cricket here at Edgbaston, a great arena, and finished off with style. Chadwick Walton with 5 sixes in that 56 not out from 29 deliveries. They win with 5 balls to spare and a much needed 2 points for the West Indies. South Africa struggled with injuries. Even have had to have Neil Mackenzie's son come and field, Alan Donald come and field. Makai Ntini injured himself in this first game. So set 175 to win. It was a comfortable, really, chase in the end. It got a little bit nervy in the middle, but 70 from Gayle. Walton with that half-century 56 from 29. 22 for Dwayne Smith. And Edwards with his 12 not out.
Much better effort from the South African bowlers, but not good enough. Not enough to defend that total. Tahir was very, very expensive. So this is the summary. 174 was the target given by South Africa. Prince batted quite nicely for 46 not out. Villas 44 not out of 17 deliveries. That was one hell of a knock there. And West Indies champions finished it in the last over with quite comfortably.
So while the two teams here just congratulate themselves, we're going to take a quick break. On the other side will be the toss for match 10, England versus Pakistan.